Hey, gals and guys, this is Michael Ferrari of Cinema de Meep. Welcome to the 41st bonus Patreon episode. Welcome back, Ara, to the podcast.
Hey, Meep. Thanks for having me back on, buddy.
It's going to be kicktacular. I don't know what else to call it. Like it's going to be a blast.
Yes.
Through some kind of window or door or I don't know.
Absolutely. We're going to be kicking left and right and flying through walls and whatever it takes. Absolutely. Looking forward to this.
I grew up with Chuck Norris movies. Clearly, I mean, he came into his own, of course, in the 70s as a movie star after, of course, famously fighting Bruce Lee in a movie.
Right.
And I remember seeing that movie as a kid too. I'm like, and being kind of impressed by his skills, his martial arts skills, and then of course because of that, because of his appearance in that film and a couple other things he did, he started headlining movies in the 70s, in the late 70s, with of course Breaker being his first real like headlining film. And then from there, working pretty much nonstop throughout the 80s and into the 90s, until he eventually ended up on television. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But yeah, so I grew up with him. He came into his own in the 80s. I came into my own in the 80s, and so every year, every couple of years, there was a Chuck Norris movie to see in theaters or on the video store shelves, and I enjoyed that. I would look forward to it. I was into those films. My grandmother was heavy into Chuck Norris films and martial arts movies, and so I watched all of them, and I found myself gravitating towards his style of films. And maybe because it was partly that he was kind of fairly quiet. You know, he's not like a big presence in movies. Like he's not like it's not the Chuck Norris personality show, clearly.
Right.
When his films. So a lot of the films, either the plots or the action always take precedent, and he's there to help guide it along the way. And I just find him a calming, and even though he's like kicking ass left and right, kind of a calming presence in movies. I mean, Charles Bronson to some degree too. He was also fairly quiet and reserved, and it's not so much to focus on the characters and and their storylines, although they do get to shine a bit in some of these films in little ways. And he's the kind of actor who just got better with every movie. I feel like as the movies got better, he got better, and he was allowed to just to expand a little bit. And certainly when he had a good director directing him, I think he got to shine a bit more, which was fun to see. And so we're going to kind of run the gamut of like some of these films throughout the 80s, and just go there into the 90s, which he still had a nice run into the early 90s as well. Let's not forget that. What about you? What is it about Chuck Norris movies that draw you in?
Right. So, I mean, it's interesting you mentioned Charles Bronson because I kind of associate them as well. And maybe that's the, canon connection. You recently did your canon episode and covered, you touched on a lot of Charles Bronson films in there. And you guys kind of mentioned a few Chuck Norris things as well. And I do kind of see those two similarly in another sense as well, that I didn't fully appreciate them until I got older. I mean, I guess I grew up, with Arnold Schwarzenegger, Sylvester Stallone, a little bit later on, Jean-Claude Van Damme,
Mhm.
maybe even Steven Seagal.
Right.
And I was definitely aware of Chuck Norris. But for whatever reason, he just seemed like a action movie star of like another category of film, something that I was kind of missing.
Mhm.
Um, so it wasn't. I mean, gosh, I think I mentioned this to you before as well, but like I would watch wrestling growing up. I'd always watch pro wrestling, and in the 90s, like I guess the later 90s, um, when I was yeah, like I was probably like getting like 13, 14, something like that. Um, I know they would show Walker, Texas Ranger, like around the same time as wrestling, and I would just, maybe you tune in the channel like a little bit early or something, so I'd either catch what was the other shows that was always on. It was like either Murder She Wrote, and I would catch something from Murder She Wrote. And then, of course, this was on the USA Network, I should say, or it would be like Walker, Texas Ranger randomly. And that was kind of my impression of Chuck, especially as a teenager, was like, oh, this is like a kind of like a cornball, um, really straight laced, kind of boring, action hero, like just not as cool as the guys that I'm into, not as edgy. Whatever. I like kind of was not at the right age to appreciate him, and my first exposure to him was those kinds of films for the most part. Once I started kind of getting into movies more seriously and collecting and tracking stuff down, like wow, like I just saw him in a completely different light. And we'll touch on a lot of those movies, of course, but I mean he had a really good run, a long run as well, where he was just really kicking ass, for lack of a better term, and he had a real charm to him too, and he wasn't always this like milquetoast kind of character. Like he was, in some of these movies he got to be kind of like a suave ladies man. Sometimes he was kind of like a gruff character, like a rebel, whatever. Like he had like these different sides to his personality that
Mhm.
you wouldn't know if you only saw Walker, Texas Ranger or something. So of course, oh, and of course, I mentioned in our sports comedies episode that we recorded together that I did love Sidekicks, but again, if you just know about who Chuck Norris is and you see Sidekicks, you're still just seeing like that one side of him. It's not the same as
Mhm.
watching, like, gosh, I don't know. I don't even know if I want to start name dropping some of these movies until we get into them, but there's a whole other side to him still.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say like I disliked him. I don't want to oversell that, but I just didn't think he was for me.
Mhm.
And I did have a kind of similar feeling about Charles Bronson, that he was just like maybe I was like a generation too late to
Mhm.
appreciate him.
Right.
And then now as an adult, though, like I'm a huge fan. So I was a little late to the party. I'm ashamed to admit, but now here I am about to do a podcast episode about Chuck Norris. So I've come a long way.
It's fate.
And
You were fated to.
yeah,
Your
exactly.
destiny was aligned with Chuck's.
Yes, no, for sure. I mean, I, and like, it's not even a chore. Like, I think I watched 17 Chuck Norris movies,
Nice.
leading up to this episode, and I didn't even start until like, I want to say like March 9th or 10th or something. So it's like, yeah, like that was intense, and it could have been tedious.
Right.
Working full time and with kids and stuff. It's like you only have so much free time, but like every time I had a chance to relax and watch something, and it was a Chuck Norris film, I enjoyed myself for the most part. So yeah, it's been great, and I'm actually I'm excited to get into these for sure.
I mean, I had the same experience. Even though it was like an assignment for me, okay, I'm going to watch all the Chuck Norris movies up until a certain point
Uh-huh.
because, yeah, maybe in the mid 90s it gets a little tough with the direct to video stuff. But I'm like, okay, I'm going to watch as many as I can, and I ended up watching 22 of his
Oh, there you
movies.
go. Yeah. You know what? I know which ones you watched that I didn't get to, and we can get into that too. It's three that are part of a series, actually. So yeah, we could definitely touch on all those for
I'm
sure.
even going to rank them at the end, so we'll get there.
Oh, that's awesome. Awesome. Yeah, looking forward to that.
And throughout this podcast, I'm going to sprinkle some Chuck Norris, some fun Chuck Norris things throughout. So listen for those.
A noble warrior advised, the art of protection springs from within. One must stay vigilant against one's unfragrant perspiration, lest one provoke a hostile response. Thus, a Norris ritual is Right Guard Sports Stick. An aromatic array of the freshest scents and maximum protection against disarming wetness. Confirming the wisdom, the best defense is not to offend. Right Guard Sports Stick. Anything less will be uncivilized.
Before we get into our list, let's talk about what we've been watching lately. What's on your recently seen list there?
Right. So
Besides Chuck Norris, which is
exactly like because this was such a big undertaking, like my recently seen it all has to like predate this Chuck Norris marathon. So yeah, I mean, I have watched quite a few things still. I'll try to be kind of quick about it. I rewatched An American Werewolf in Paris for the first time in, gosh, like maybe since around the time it came out.
I haven't seen it since then either.
Yeah, like maybe early 2000s at the latest was probably the last time I saw it. And it's a really silly movie. Like it's not nearly as clever and well done as the original, but for that era, for that late 90s post Scream horror, kind of trendy horror, I guess, for lack of a better term, I enjoy it. It is actually pretty entertaining, but I was kind of expecting to hate it even. I think because of the CGI and everything that probably turned me off to it back then. But I don't know, maybe we're just far removed enough now to where those shortcomings are kind of charming in a way from that era. So yeah, that was a fun kind of rediscovery. I watched Baby Boom from 1987 for the first time ever, actually.
Oh, wow. What was that like for your first time?
With my wife. She said, you'll like this. And she likes, I guess she knew it already. And I think we watched it on HBO Max, and I liked it. I was like not expecting anything. It's not the kind of thing I would normally check out, but I thought Diane Keaton was really good in it and carried the movie, and the supporting cast was good. And, I think some of these movies you kind of appreciate, like you have to see it at the right time in your life, probably like maybe now as like a parent, like I can appreciate it more than I would have if I saw this, 15 years ago or something. So I liked it. I liked it a lot, actually. And, I thought it was fun that like James Spader was even in there with like a minor role, and Harold Ramis, and gosh, I keep wanting to say Commissioner Gordon from the Tim Burton Batman movies. I'm blanking on his name. Pat Hingle.
Oh, right, yeah.
But yeah, so no, that was I don't know. I kind of am surprised at how much I enjoyed it. So I just wanted to mention it because it's something different from my
Mm-hmm.
taste. I rewatched Explorers, which I know you're a big fan of,
Mm-hmm.
from 1985. Honestly, it's not a movie I grew up with for whatever reason. Even though I'm a, I was an '80s kid, and I love so many similar movies from that era, and I'm a huge Joe Dante fan. Like I think I've told you before, but yeah,
Mm-hmm.
this one, I just don't have that same connection to it, but I still see all that Joe Dante charm in there, and
Yeah.
like it's hard not to just like smile and enjoy it, even if it's I don't get that same level
Right. I mean,
of
even he's not that enthralled by it because of the limitations of making it with the studio.
right,
They cut the
right.
budget, and he wasn't able to really finish the movie. So, but he
Yeah,
wanted
it
to.
was.
Yeah.
I think it was like maybe overly ambitious for
Mhm.
for the budget, exactly. But it was still fun to go back and watch it. I hadn't seen it for a long time.
And the
I
Alien
watched.
was done by the guy who did the Thing, the aliens in
Oh
the movie,
right, yeah, Rob
Rob Bottin. Yeah.
Bottin. Yeah, there you go. Awesome. Yeah, no, the effects were cool. I thought I didn't have a problem with it. I just
They were pretty silly looking aliens, but I kind of enjoyed that about it because they were so different from the Thing.
yeah,
They're not as
for what.
creepy.
And I mean, when you've got Joe Dante, everything's got to be like a little Looney Tunes and cartoonish,
Sure.
and it was that. Like I could totally picture them in like an old cartoon, like those characters and stuff. So yeah, no, it was cool. Like I'm glad I got to watch it again. It's just I don't think I'm ever gonna have that same connection to it, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Even as someone who like is like obsessed with Gremlins and The Burbs, and even Matinee and some other Joe Dante stuff, but
Sure.
still cool. So I watched like a modern movie, surprising for me. I watched a
Ooh.
couple. Really, this one was called Antlers,
Okay.
from 2021. And it's funny because I'm not even sure why I'm bringing it up, because I didn't really care for it, but I'm just kind of like impressed that I caught up on a couple of more recent, like this was like a theatrical release, so
Mm-hmm.
I think I saw it on HBO Max as well. I'm kind of like set on taking advantage of some of these streaming services I'm paying for,
Yeah.
and not letting the rest of my family like enjoy them.
Because if you don't watch it, they win.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I mean, it wasn't really for me, but it wasn't terrible. It was, whatever. My sister's been had been kind of trying to get me to rewatch Clifford from 1994 for
I
a
love that.
while.
I love that she's trying to get you to watch that.
Well, it's just so funny because, like, I mean, I love Martin Short. I love Charles Grodin, and I know like this is a movie we grew up with for sure. Like, I definitely saw this back then. But all I kind of remember is like how terrible its reputation is.
Mm-hmm.
So like she kept saying like, oh, like did you rewatch it yet? Like, yeah, she kept trying to, like, she brought it up a few times, and then one day we were all over at my mom's house, and I guess it's streaming on YouTube like in HD, and she just put it on. So I ended up like watching it. And oh my god, like it's kind of amazing. Like I don't know if you've seen it,
Oh yeah.
Oh, I mean, I'm sure you've seen it, yeah, but I mean, I'm not sure if it's like a movie you've watched in recent years.
Not recently, but it definitely left an impression when I saw it.
Oh man, yeah, like I don't know, I want to say show your kids, but like I don't know, like because we, like my brother's kids were there, and my daughter like was like kind of scared by the ending, and like, and she watches like scary stuff, so it was funny. Like this movie's just all over the place as far as like who's it for. And like it's just so nuts. But yeah, that was like actually a really fun rediscovery too. I definitely enjoyed Clifford, surprisingly, so I'm glad she was persistent with that.
Well, she's awesome. for doing
Yeah,
that.
yeah, for sure. I watched a movie called The One from 2001 with Jet Li and
Oh
Carl
yeah,
and Jason Statham and Delroy
was
Lindo.
that the director of Final Destination?
Yes,
Oh yeah.
exactly. And it is like I mean, I don't know how I think I missed this back in 2001. I would have been a senior in high school probably. I'm thinking like it would have been something up my alley, but for whatever reason, I don't think I saw this, and I think this was like kind of a first time watch, and I ended up watching it twice, and it's got like really really obnoxious music. Like the soundtrack is just like headache inducing, but like and like a lot of like zooming cameras and like stuff that was just like I guess in at that time for action movies. But man, it's fun. Like I enjoyed it for sure. Like it's dumb fun, but it's fun. And I think it's kind of cool now because a lot of these like comic book movies now are trying to get into like multiverse stuff, and like here's a movie from 2001 that was doing that. So I think that's pretty fun and like random, and more people should check it out for sure. If
Yeah,
especially if you get late.
my son sounds like he would be into that, so maybe I'll check it out.
What I think he would, and it's PG-13. It's nothing too crazy, but it's like just inappropriate enough to where that'd be fun. So,
Well, we watched the Terminator the other day together.
oh, dude, yeah, you're good. You're, yeah,
Because I'm like, you have to. He's really into like science and he loves the ideas of time travel and the paradoxes. I'm like, okay, you got to watch the Terminator.
oh,
And he was like kind of blown away by it. So
no, and then the lesson number 2 will be like Time Cop, and you'll be like really ingraining in him that these are all scientifically accurate too.
totally accurate, especially the splits in Time Cop.
Oh man, no, that's awesome. That's good parenting for sure. I love that. So I discovered this movie called Clockwise from 1986. Have you ever heard of it?
Oh yeah, I remember renting it.
Oh,
John Cleese, right, or something?
yes,
Yeah.
exactly. And it's so funny because I guess it was like a Thorn EMI movie, and the only reason I know that is because the Anchor Bay DVD still has that logo at the beginning.
Yeah.
And I told you, like I think I've mentioned this before, but like Anchor Bay was like such a huge label for me, and it really got me into collecting, like really building my own library back in the day, as at a time where it was still really easy just to go to the video store all the time. What I would do. So because of Anchor Bay and similar companies like that, like I started really building a collection. So I still love Anchor Bay.
I'm glad you mentioned them because they don't get enough credit for really paving the way in like
oh yeah
in movie and home video collecting in the early DVD or even the VHS era of the late 90s. They were doing a lot of great VHS tapes, and then of course DVD, and yeah, they were the best. I really love them.
Yeah, and such like a wide range of releases too. Like they weren't even. I mean, like I kind of associate them with horror, but man, like I mean, look at this movie for example, like Clockwise, and I have like I think I have like Anchor Bay like out like OOP DVD like out of print DVD like as a save, just like on eBay.
Nice.
A while, like if I'm like bored or something, I'll just scroll down there and see what's in there. And I saw this and I was like, oh, I've never seen that before. I love John Cleese.
Yeah.
And oh my god, like this was this was one of my favorite like recent film discoveries like I can think of. I just love this movie so much. I would have picked it for our road movies episode had I known about it back then. And it's weird because like it's like British humor, and I don't know why like that's connecting with me when I'm so hard on so many comedies, but like I like, and it's not even like it's like pretty, like it's a kind of movie you could like watch with your family. Like it's not like there's some stuff that if you'd have to kind of really be paying attention to know like some of the stuff's like inappropriate or whatever that they're talking about or that happened. Like they would go over most kids' heads, but just like the like more overt like comical aspects of it just were really fun and really funny, and John Cleese is great. He's awesome, and he's always been awesome, but like I don't feel like he's been a leading man that often. So yeah, I don't know, that was just a really fun discovery. But now that now I feel like I'm going on too long, so let me try to go a little bit here. I saw Amityville 3D for the first time in a really long time. I want to say maybe that was streaming on HBO Max as well. And I really enjoyed it a lot.
Nice.
I thought that was a lot of fun, and I was like just totally into all the cheesy effects and the great cast, and of course, you know, I love Lori Loughlin and Meg Ryan, and like it's just like such a fun combination. So that was cool. Like I was not expecting, you know, I feel like I've heard you praise that one before too, so I should have thought it out sooner. But for whatever reason, the Amityville movies, like I really enjoyed those like later sequels where things got like really cheesy, kind of like turned into like Goosebumps for adults is what I always describe them as. Like you find some kind of you know, a lamp or a mirror or whatever, and you know what happens next. But I don't know, I think I got to rewatch the other earlier films now, because I really enjoyed this one. I thought it was a lot of fun. What else did I see recently? I finally saw Freaky from 2020.
Oh, what'd you think?
I enjoyed it more than I thought I would.
Yeah.
I don't think I was as into Happy Death Day as most people were. I didn't like dislike it or anything. It was just kind of like I watched it and then I kind of forgot about it. And I enjoyed it, I guess, but I don't remember anything about it now, and I don't think I ever saw the second one. So I didn't really have like high expectations, but I thought this was a really, really fun idea. And I wish they'd kept that name, the Freaky Friday the 13th. Yeah, I don't know why.
Oh yeah.
It's like they were onto something there, but Freaky works too. But yeah, I liked it. There was some stuff that was kind of awkward, like maybe too much, with Vince Vaughn being in this. Them being in each other's bodies, but
Right.
but yeah, it's not all the humor worked for me, I would say, but for the most part, for like a modern movie, I was into it. I had a lot of fun with it. It was definitely a lot better than what was that other one I mentioned, Antlers? Yeah, like
Yeah.
I would watch this again. Like Antlers, if I didn't write it down, I would have already forgotten about it, to tell you. But no, this was fun.
Totally fun movie.
Are you a fan of that one, the Freaky?
What's that?
Are you a fan of Freaky?
Oh yeah, I am. It's a totally fun movie. It's, you know, melds the body swap with the slasher movie. What more? What more do I want in a movie?
Yeah. Oh no, for sure, for sure. I love the idea, and I think they played into the like a lot of the tropes of those kinds of movies like really well. I rewatched The Forgotten from 2004. Because your buddies over on the Homos on Haunted Hill podcast covered it, and I was like, oh yeah, I kind of remember that. And I think it was streaming somewhere, HBO Max probably, and it was fun. I enjoyed that. Watched that with the wife. Good movie. Oh, and you'll be happy to hear the 2018 Death Wish that we watched when we did the Death Wish episode, and I enjoyed it, but I wasn't as high on it as you. I think because I was probably just watching all those Death Wish movies together, it just, you know, didn't quite gel with them as much. But watching it now with some distance, just on its own, like that's an awesome movie. I really enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun, surprisingly. and I think I'm gonna pick it up. I went from being like just kind of whatever, but maybe I'm softening to like modern stuff. I don't know, but yeah. So last thing I'll mention, Unhinged from 2020 with Russell Crowe. Have you
Oh
seen
yeah.
that one?
Oh yeah, I did.
Man, I remember that came out kind of like right around when the world like shut down, I want to say,
Yep.
and it was just kind of lost in the shuffle, and I forgot about it, and I don't know, something kind of made me want to check it out again, and reminded me of, I don't even remember how I kind of came across it, but I actually rented it streaming, and enjoyed it so much that I rented it again after my rental had expired to show my wife. And because she loves like a good thriller, even though she'll complain that it was too violent or whatever, like she was totally into it. So so yeah, that was kind of a really fun movie, like for, you know, such a disturbing thing, you know, something guys like us would say is fun. I'm not trying to say it's like normal fun, but yeah, that was surprising. It was like a throwback kind of. It's like kind of
Yeah.
like of
From Hell
Hell
movie. Yeah.
movie, like a little bit of like I don't know, something like the Hitcher vibes. Just kind of crossing paths with the wrong person, and yeah, I don't know. I was totally into it, so that's one I'll probably pick up too.
My only real complaint with that movie is that they make LA seem very gray and overcast all the time and rainy. Like LA's not like that.
Oh, you know what? That's so funny because I didn't think it was set in LA. I was trying to figure out where it was set because all the license plates said America's Heartland.
Oh, okay. I thought it was in LA, but for some reason,
Maybe it was supposed to be. But I actually,
because
it's
I
so
think
funny.
all the shots of the freeways and like they
Very
seem
great.
very LA. Yeah.
No, you're right. Because when you see the freeways and the traffic and all that stuff that was stressing out the mom character and the lead character, and trying to get her kid to school, and yeah, like that feels like a very LA movie kind of thing. But it's so funny you mentioned that because I was so trying to figure out where it was supposed to be that I looked up the filming locations,
Uh-huh.
and they were all like New Orleans and Louisiana and stuff like that. So I still don't know where it was supposed to be set, but
Right.
maybe they kind of kept it vague, like just like a nameless city, because I don't think anywhere actually has those license plates either that say America's Heartland or whatever. But yeah, I was really into that. So this was all before the Chuck Norris barrage, and I had to get it all out of my system. But it was a lot of stuff, and I feel like there's been more that I'm just not going to mention because I just hijacked the show. So
it's all good.
So what else have you been watching lately, bud?
I'll quickly go through better because I just did the Canon podcast and I talked about my recently seen on there, but I think I mentioned I've been watching Better Things season 5, the final season. Been loving it.
Oh, very cool.
I watched yesterday The Package with Gene Hackman and Tommy Lee Jones. That ties into a movie we're going to talk about later. It was from the same director, Andrew Davis. And I had a lot of fun with that. Actually, it was like a really good action thriller, and it's like kind of slow going in the beginning. So I was like, oh, this is like not quite what I was thinking it was going to be. And then it kept getting more and more tense as it went along, and more gritty, and it felt like a real and then finally becomes like a real like Chicago like cop thriller like towards the end. I'm like, wow, this is really good. I was quite into it.
That sounds great.
And I think the Blu-ray is out of print from Kino Lorber. So
damn it.
It's on Amazon Prime. I've been checking out the special features on Reform Schoolgirls, the new Blu-ray from Vinegar Syndrome.
Sure.
So it's
You're the first person I thought of when I saw that announced. Yep.
My second Blu-ray release of Reform Schoolgirls. I've always been a big fan of this movie, and of course, movies from New World Pictures, and it was just so much fun, and it's great. The extras are really good on the new one. They have a lot of personality. Get the director and the actors talking about the movie, including Darcy DeMoss and Tiffany Helm. Some interesting things to say about the movie and their experiences making it. I think Tiffany Helm talked about how she got fired off of it.
Oh, no way.
But she's really into the movie. So it was a lot of fun. So I definitely urge you guys to pick up Reform School Girls if you're into prison movies, and clearly we are. We talked about women in prison movies and prison movies on this podcast before. Exactly. Two more titles. All right. You didn't mention this on your recently seen, and I talked about it on the other podcasts. X, have you seen that yet?
Oh, right. So I was going to bring that up, actually. I didn't get a chance to get to the theaters to see it yet, but I'm a huge Ty West fan. Like going all the way back to like The Roost and like House of the Devil and Innkeepers. Like I've been waiting for this guy to make something again for a while. So even though I'm not, I've told you before, I'm not really into the A24 thing. I've barely seen any of them. I'm really interested in this movie, and I think you sounded like you were pretty high on it, right?
Yeah, I kind of loved it. I mean, I need to see it again to really form that opinion, because I saw it the one time in the theater and I had a very strong reaction. I kept thinking about it after it was over, which was always a good sign. So I think it was just announced for Blu-ray for the end of May, and I will be picking that up, of course, and watching it more. Cool. And there's also I don't want to spoil it, but there's another movie coming from Ty West later this year.
Oh, awesome. Wow. Yeah, no, I want to try to see this in theaters just to support them too, like when something like this does come out, it's like you want to try to help send the message that like, yeah, we want more of this, please. So
yeah,
I want to be part of that. And yes. I'm hoping, one of these nights I'll probably just wait for everyone to go to sleep and just go see like a 10:30 or 11 o'clock
That's movie. Pretty much what I did. I went to see like a 10 o'clock show on Thursday that it came out, and it was not very busy.
No, and, I don't think it was.
And it just, it really had a good effect on me.
Oh, awesome, man. That has me more excited.
The other new movie that I watched was a movie that I've been anticipating for a long time. When I heard that he was working on a movie, it had been 20 years since we last saw Adrian Lyne's name on the screen with Unfaithful. Here he finally made another movie. It's called Deep Water. And unfortunately, it was supposed to be a theatrical release, but I think it was a 20th Century Fox movie, which eventually, of course, Disney acquired.
One of those, yeah.
So what's going to happen with that? So what they did was they put it out on their platform, their Hulu platform, which I think people forget that Disney owns that. So so it's their big release, or one of their big releases right now on Hulu. And I'm like, okay, I'm really bummed I can't see this in the theater, because Adrian Lyne movies look so good. They're so beautifully shot, and I want to see it on a big screen. But okay, I'll watch it on Hulu. And it stars Ben Affleck and Ana de Armas, I think is her name, right?
I think so.
Husband and wife, and it kind of traces like their life and their marriage and her propensity of having affairs and how that affects her husband. And it's a fairly simple plot in the best way for, I guess, Adrian Lyne. His movies are fairly simple, like stories. But it gets complex in terms of the relationship and the dynamics between the two, and it gets kind of weird, to say the least, and goes to some dark places. And I was into it. It's not like one of his better. I wouldn't say it's like on the top shelf of Adrian Lyne, but somewhere in the middle, maybe. Only because I wasn't as in love with the characters that I have been, especially like his last movie was Unfaithful, right? With Diane Lane and Richard Gere. And I thought Diane Lane gave a spectacular performance in that movie. And I really loved her in that movie. And I feel like Ana de Armas is good in this movie for what the kind of character is, but I can't connect to her like I did say like Diane Lane. Also, this movie though is more about from the husband's point of view, so that's a little bit different. And that's he's of course played by Ben Affleck, and I don't know how I feel about him as an actor. I think he actually did a really good job in this movie. But would I have preferred another actor? Maybe someone who I actually really like as a screen presence, maybe more. But other than that, a minor tiff, really. I really enjoyed the film and where it went, and the places it went, and the dynamics, the sexual dynamics. It's great to see a good movie about adults and sexuality portrayed on screen, and a marriage portrayed on screen. And it's definitely a movie for adults, which, I complain about, there's not enough movies for adults. It's all superhero movies, but here we are, a movie for adults. So, and X as well, another movie for adults, which is great. So there's a trend happening in 2022. I like where it's going.
No, that's good. I mean, you touched on this in your the other podcast you just recorded, but I'm all for there being something for everyone out there, and miss those days as well. I think we need more variety. It's a shame a lot of it is on streaming now.
Right.
Like you said, like I don't have Hulu. I don't, for whatever reason, it's just one of those ones I haven't ever needed or picked up, but that sounds like something my wife would like. She's really into Unfaithful, I remember too. I don't know why those kind of movies like upset me. Mm-hmm. Like they bother me. So I usually like end up getting kind of mad at the characters.
You're gonna get mad at these characters too, for sure.
Yeah, exactly. But like I think, we definitely need more variety. It's weird. Like I'm telling you, man, I feel guilty because I'm like this lifelong comic book nerd. So this is like my golden age or whatever. But like I'm like, okay, but like I love like all these like look at these Chuck Norris movies we're about to talk about. It's like I would love for there to be like 10 of these a year too, like these like kind of mid-budget or whatever action movies with the R rating, for adults. So like. Yeah, I don't know. I'm with you, man. I think it'd be great to have more stuff like this out there, and that director's name sounds really familiar to me. I'm not sure, like what other movies?
Oh, Adrian Lyne. He's famous for making Flashdance, Fatal Attraction, and Decent Proposal.
Okay. Right. Okay, that's why. When you said Unfaithful, I was like, okay, I know Unfaithful. I remember that. But no, you're right. That's why he definitely had a track record before that. Very cool.
Jacob's Ladder.
Oh, that's awesome.
All right. Let's get into our lists for Mr. Chuck Norris.
Aloha. I'm Chuck Norris with one simple message. The key for you and me is staying drug-free. Cause
okay, here is yours. Here's your number 5. And we're going to play the Turner Home Entertainment VHS spot.
Chuck Norris is back with action-packed excitement in his new riveting feature film, Forest Warrior. Forest Warrior has all the action and suspense of movies like Delta Force and The Hitman, plus the family appeal of previous hits like Sidekicks and Top Dog. Set on a mysterious mountain, Forest Warrior features a group of kids known as the Lords of Tanglewood. They must protect the land from the human greed which threatens to destroy it.
I want to cut the trees down now.
They're gonna cut down the forest! We can't let them do that!
Out of the majestic forest comes a mythical warrior who will help them fight their battles.
I told you to get off the mountain.
We have every right to be here. You can't tell us what to do.
I saved the forest from your carelessness. Now I'll save it from your greed.
Chuck Norris. Forest Warrior, rated PG. Now available from Turner Home Entertainment.
So I am actually going to read the VHS description for what you just heard. Chuck Norris takes his brand of action-packed excitement to powerful new heights in this riveting wilderness adventure for the whole family. John McKenna was a brave man whose protective spirit still inhabits Tanglewood Mountain. Now a group of local youths who call themselves the Lords of Tanglewood need McKenna's help when greedy businessmen threaten to destroy the mountain and its majestic forest. Can McKenna, played by Chuck Norris, of course, use his mysterious powers and skillful guidance to help the courageous Lords of Tanglewood win the battle to save their precious mountain? Get ready for edge of your seat thrills and amazing action only Chuck Norris can deliver. And that is
Turner Home Entertainment VHS.
Home Entertainment, right? Who put this out? Because I wasn't seeing the logo, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah, Ted Turner was like, "Get me Chuck Norris."
By any means necessary, apparently. So yeah, Forest Warrior from 1996. What is that movie doing on our list? It's this movie. Okay, so I should say this. This is a movie that's kind of lived in my head for a while. I don't remember what point I saw it originally, but I'm sure it's something I, stumbled across at some point, back in the day, maybe around the same time I saw Sidekicks or something, who knows? But I'm sure I probably saw this. And then at some point, a buddy of mine, I think, sent me like a clip on Instagram or somewhere. Maybe it was even before Instagram. Maybe it was YouTube of Chuck Norris kind of dressed up in, like I guess like kind of pioneer kind of clothing or woodsman kind of clothing. I'm not sure how to describe it. Like Grizzly Adams, I guess, and stopping a chainsaw with his bare hands and from going through a tree. And I know like it was like sent to me kind of like as a gag and like I got a laugh out of it or whatever, but like I wondered for the longest time like what movie was that from? And I don't like, it's just the kind of thing that I would just remember every once in a while, and like I think that clip would make the rounds, like it'd pop up again somewhere. So for whatever reason, I ended up figuring out what movie it was, all these years later, and tracking it down, and really getting a kick out of this movie, because that scene, like that should be like the craziest scene in any movie, right? Like a guy appearing out of nowhere and stopping a chainsaw from going through a tree with his bare hands. But no, like that's just like another scene in this movie, because every 2 minutes there's something like that. It is just insane. And for whatever reason, like this movie really has like grown on me. And I think it's like a really fun example of like this kind of I guess late period Chuck Norris, where he was doing these really low budget direct to video movies. And this movie was actually directed by Aaron Norris, who actually is going to appear in a lot of the movies we talk about today, because he had a real active role in Chuck Norris's career, kind of something I think a lot of people don't know about. And he was really big on the stunt side of things. There's a lot of movies where you can see him very clearly as Chuck Norris's stunt double. And he was also just cast in a lot of these movies as well, like as characters in the movies. And he also directed a lot of these movies. So yeah, Aaron Norris, kind of this unsung hero in Chuck Norris's career, had this string of direct-to-video movies that he helmed for his brother. And this one kind of, I mean, they're all like a little nuts, and we can definitely touch on them. especially as you want to list them later on. But this one, it kind of holds a special place in my heart now. This last viewing, I want to say I was watching it late, like maybe around 1 a.m. And like, I honestly felt like I was hallucinating. It's just so strange, like, especially for like a wholesome direct to video, like family adventure kind of movie. It's just not what you would expect at all. Like I would test drug test. I'm sorry. And I think I mentioned this to you before. I would drug test like everyone involved in this movie, except for Chuck Norris, of course. and I just think like so much of what made the final cut of this movie felt like it was like probably like the first take. And I love, I should mention, like the villain of this movie is Terry Kaiser. Bernie himself, or depending on what you associate him with, and he'll actually appear in another movie with Chuck Norris a little bit later on my list, but here he gets to be a villain, and a very cartoonish villain. Basically, I want to say he's just into cutting down these trees for just good old-fashioned greed, and he doesn't care who gets in the way, and unfortunately, you have Chuck Norris in this film as the person in his way, and he has like mystical abilities where he can transform into bears and eagles, and I'm sure there's other animals in there. I'm blanking on. I think he's like a mountain lion, maybe at one point or something. And there's real animals on the set. Like I'll give them that credit, but I wouldn't say there's any great like transformation effects or transitions. I think the best you'll get is probably a scene where you have like an eagle swooping down, and then it turns into Chuck Norris like doing his signature kick, through the air. So yeah, I don't know. I really wanted to include this movie because I don't think enough people have seen it or heard of it. It just randomly got on my radar like years and years ago and just stayed there, and has like lived in my head for all these years. And I had to make you watch it, and I hope I could get someone else to watch it. But honest to God, it probably has like the budget of like a episode of Walker, Texas Ranger. I'm guessing.
I mean, if that.
If that, yeah, no, if that. And I should mention this: the only trivia that I could find was that it was cut by about 30 seconds in the UK to get like a more family friendly rating. And the scene that they removed was where Chuck Norris was teaching these kids how to properly kick people in the head. So yeah, there you go. Well, what did you think of Forest Warrior?
Wow, Forest Warrior. When you were reading off the back of the box, like, oh, that's what that movie's about. I know I watched it and I had it on, but it's like, what am I watching? What is this movie? And like, where's Chuck Norris for most of it? He's like not in a lot of it because he's an animal, right? he's like all these creatures that you mentioned. I'm like, what?
Like a raccoon or something. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. It's definitely has to be seen to be believed movie. Yeah. Like that they thought this was all a good idea. I could see the intention for sure because cutting down trees is wrong, and preserving nature good. Terry Kaiser bad. Its heart was in the right place, so I will give it that. What it was trying to do. I don't know if this movie pulls off. I don't know if you'll become a conservationist after watching the movie. I'll put it that way. But it was definitely something I'm glad I watched.
Oh man,
For those really crazy moments like you mentioned, and I'm
yeah.
like, what just happened?
Oh yeah, no, it's like exactly like we're not doing it justice because it's not a movie you can really explain. You just have to experience it.
Considering like Aaron Norris had made a few of Chuck's films, and like there were obviously much bigger budgets, but he's a very
Yeah,
capable
yeah,
director, and I think he definitely is good at mounting the action, and you can really see it in the action set pieces in a lot of his movies, and then the action is good here. It's just that the comedy part is like a big question for me. Like Terry Kaiser, he's like really over the top in like in some of his
yeah.
movies, like for example Mannequin 2 on the Move. He's like he's hilariously over the top. He's like he manages to top that performance going over the top here. That I'm like wow, we really is going for something here.
No, yeah, he's like one of those like mustache twirling kind of villains.
Totally.
Yeah,
I mean,
for sure.
he was literally twirling a mustache in Mannequin 2. Here he just
Right.
I don't know, he's twirling everything. He's twirling his toes. He's twirling.
Oh no, that's
it's
fair.
crazy.
That's fair.
It's
But
crazy.
Chuck plays it straight. He plays it straight. You got to give him credit. He straight somehow playing a bear and everything else.
Just look up an image of Chuck Norris in this movie, guys. Go on the internet, look up Chuck Norris Forest Warrior, and the hair and the outfit. It's wow. It's amazing to look at. That I thought that looked good on him.
I don't think you understand like how big of a victory it feels like to me right now, just having you talk about this movie. Like I feel like I've accomplished something that no one, would have ever thought possible. So.
Like I don't know if they even had a hair and makeup person in this movie. I mean, I feel like Chuck had to do it himself, or had his wife do it in the morning. And like, here, do my hair, put my wig on, because I don't know, it looked kind of weird. It looked like it was ill-fitting, for sure. It was strange.
The production values are off for sure. Something like the costuming and everything. It's just like, and like I grew up with a lot of like budget movies that I can't even remember now. I need to go back and watch them all. But like all the stuff that was like popular back then, like all the Three Ninjas and whatever else, and it's like this is just like I didn't know there was like an even more budget level that it could go. And like this is just something else. Like these child actors, I don't think they were probably ever in anything else, and it's just, and you spend a lot of time with them, and everything is just so random and sappy, and but like you said, I do think its heart's kind of in the right place, and you've got that scene that hooked me, many years ago, where Chuck comes out of nowhere and stops the chainsaw, and you're not going to see that anywhere else. But I would say like maybe ease into Forest Warrior, like maybe maybe don't let that be the first one you go to start your Chuck Norris marathon, because you might not continue your Chuck Norris marathon after.
That's a pretty good idea. Yeah. The writer of this movie, Galen Thompson, is also credited as Donald G. Thompson in his career. He wrote a few of other Chuck's films. The equally as good Hellbound, and Sidekicks. He wrote that, which I actually do enjoy that one a lot. He worked on the screenplay for The Hitman. And so before this, that was his first Chuck movie, and then before that, he had written Superstition from 1982.
Oh, you're kidding me! No way.
So he has a slasher horror pedigree. He did Superstition and The Evil from 1978.
Wow! So he wrote the great line, "You shut your bitchy mouth" in Superstition, and then went on to do. Yeah, that's amazing. Hey, that's growth. I'll say that.
All right, that's Forest Warrior. Let's get into our next one. We'll also do some Chuck magic here first.
Have you ever made a mistake? Of course you have. We all have. Many times it's hard to face up to that mistake because it means you may be laughed at or punished. But when you do face up to your mistake and know you'll never do it again, then you become a much stronger person. And we needed all that strength on the island of the walking dead. Remember, everyone makes mistakes in their life. You do, I do, and your parents do. But being able to love them in spite of those mistakes is what makes you a very special person. Catch you later.
All right, let's see what we got. Here's my number 5, the TV spot.
Everybody wants something from him. The professional who wants targets.
If you saw ninjas, you're seeing ghosts.
An heiress who wants revenge.
I want to know who they are.
The man he once called brother is now his deadly enemy.
You don't torment me anymore, Sakura.
A prisoner of his own destiny. He will find freedom only one way. Chuck Norris, Karen Carlson, Lee Van Cleef, The Octagon.
Okay, I went with The Octagon for my number 5. This is the Chuck film from 1980. I wanted to include an early Chuck movie because I have a lot of later, I would say mid 80s onward Chuck movies. So I wanted to go for an early Chuck movie in my number 5. I did enjoy a lot of the early ones, even though a lot of them were, I guess for lack of a better word, fairly routine or B movies. And then I guess his movies would get better as the budgets got higher. Yeah. He did a few movies for this company. It's called American Cinema Productions. I guess he had a deal with them, and he made a few of these movies, including Forced Vengeance and what's the other one? An Eye for an Eye, maybe? No, Good Guys Wear Black. So he made a trio of movies for this company. I actually enjoyed this one a good deal. Here is the Media Home Entertainment VHS box, the back of it. Starring Chuck Norris, Karen Carlson, Lee Van Cleef, Kim Langford, the Ninja, Unholy Masters of Terror. No one will admit they still exist. Set against a backdrop of adventure and intrigue, The Octagon is a spectacular and suspenseful story of a secret citadel and the part it plays in the lives of its characters. Retired martial arts champion Scott James, Chuck Norris, is drawn into perilous international adventure when the woman he is dating is stalked by a band of deadly ninja killers. James attempts to penetrate the group to discover and stop their plans of murder and espionage. This martial arts thriller climaxes with an electrifying sunrise duel between two greats, Chuck Norris and Tadashi Yamashita. And that is true. There is a great duel between the two. I do like the villain in this movie. I think he's fairly fun to watch. Played by Tadashi. He's a fairly good villain. Sakura, I think is his name. I think it's his adoptive brother in the movie. Who he had a volatile relationship with growing up. So it's fun to see that. It's fun to see Lee Van Cleef in this movie. Art Hindle as a pal of Chuck's. And you have Karen Carlson as the love interest. You get a lot of scenes in a ninja training camp, which is fun to watch. You get the bad guy is teaching, basically training white people to be ninja terrorists. That's what's going on in this movie, which is what? But fun certainly fun for me to watch. You get a lot of internal monologues by Chuck Norris. You get to hear a lot of his inner thoughts in a weird kind of echoey effect.
Yes.
Been watching this with my wife. She's like, "What is happening? I don't know what is going on, but I love it." She was really digging how ridiculous it is. like these, especially those monologues and like the hearing the thoughts and like we were playing along with the thoughts. Like maybe he's going to talk about what's on his grocery list next. Eggs, Wonder Bread, maybe bacon, toilet paper. we were just having a lot of fun, like filling in the blanks of his thoughts, because it's a lot of Chuck, like being fairly serious, and kind of doing his thing and being quiet, but then hearing his thoughts, which I think is fun. It's definitely fun to watch. And Chuck's real life son, Mike Norris, plays his younger self. That's fun to see in this movie. Richard Norton is Sakura's enforcer Kyo, but he also plays Longlegs in this movie. This is really the first ninja movie of the 80s, and there were a lot to come, certainly.
Right.
Especially like Cannon really paving the way with Enter the Ninja. Not long after this. This was Chuck's fourth movie as a star. He did Break Your Breaker, Good Guys Wear Black, and Enforcer One previously. His third again for this company. It played in Times Square for a while. I remember that. It was like a lot of those kung fu movies were just like really played. That's where people went to see kung fu movies in New York, of course.
Right.
And this one had a crossover because it was not just a martial arts movie. It was a Chuck Norris movie. But so it had a crossover audience, but it definitely played, I remember, in Times Square. And that's actually where I saw it, the Cinerama Theater. I remember playing along with The Fiendish Plot of Fu Manchu. I know I watched that movie as well, but I don't remember it at all. It left no impression on me. And to be honest, this one didn't really leave an impression on me as a kid. I wasn't that into, like, that age, that really young age. I was not into martial arts movies that much. That was really a movie for my dad to take me to go see. Like, no babysitter, because let's go to the movies. And that's what we did. And I watched movies like this. I didn't appreciate at the time, but I enjoyed it later. Certainly, I picked up the Blu-ray. I think it's a UK Blu-ray of it. I think American Blu-ray might be out of print. I'm not sure about that, but I think it is. I had to pick up a UK Blu-ray. It looks good. It has good extras on it too, as well. This was a hit. This was a big hit when it came out in August 22 of 1980. It made $19 million at the box office on a $4 million budget, so it's a fairly big hit. To give you an idea of what else was playing at the time, because I love to do that. Other movies I might have been dragged to see: Dressed to Kill, The Empire Strikes Back, Smokey and the Bandit 2, Close Encounters was re-released, The Final Countdown, Cheech and Chong's next movie, Brubaker, Fame, My Brilliant Career, The Hunter, No Nukes, The Blue Lagoon, Twinkle Twinkle Killer Kane, which was also the alternate title for the Night Configuration, Raise the Titanic, Battle Beyond the Stars, Airplane, Willie and Phil, Xanadu, The Tin Drum, Kathy's Curse, Prom Night, The Kidnapping of the President, Middle Age Crazy, My Bodyguard, The Brood, Caddyshack, and last but not least, Snake Fist versus the Dragon. Martial arts were very big at this time. And certainly in urban areas, like reading off lists of movies that played in New York City on this day. And they just did really well. And so certainly Chuck Norris movies were very welcome in New York at the time, and they played a lot, and I had fun. What was your thoughts on The Octagon?
Right. So I don't remember if I'd seen this before. I did pick it up on DVD, and the whispering that you mentioned, the whispering echo that he has in his head throughout the movie is amazing. Like, it just is one of those things that the first time it happened, like, I had to, like, kind of, stop whatever I was thinking about or whatever else I might have been doing, and just kind of like rewind it and be like, what just happened? And it's just, throughout the movie you get it, and it's just like, there can't be ninjas. No one else knows. and it has to be you. And like it's just so good though. It's so like I just love that.
You don't forget it. That's for sure.
No, like honestly, like I said, I watched like 17 movies or something like that, and like as soon as you said like he has that echo, I'm like, oh, I know exactly which one this is. Like, no chance of it blending in with some of the other ones. So yeah, I mean, I enjoyed the Octagon. I'm glad you picked it. I don't recall if I'd seen it before. I don't. I mean, it's not a movie I probably would have picked myself for my list. Like, I'm not sure if I would hold it as high as far as the Chuck Norris catalog goes. But for an early movie, I think it's solid, and I really love his pairing with Lee Van Cleef. I kind of wish they'd like done more movies together.
Yeah,
but I
that
think
would have been awesome.
Yeah, like I think maybe it just didn't line up right. But I don't know. I just love that they're in this movie together and get to share the screen together, a few times. And there's like a lot happening in this movie. There's like a random Ernie Hudson appearance in there, and he's in it for like 2 seconds, but it's pretty cool that he's there. And there's so much to kind of take in. Like, I know I wasn't even sure like who the main villain was at the camp a few times, and there was actually like kind of two main villains. Like they had one that like tied into the Lee Van Cleef plot, and then you had like the ninja villains, which were kind of like their own thing, even though they were all connected. And like you said, they had like this kind of terrorist training compound. And there was like a few ninjas there that were kind of like I'd say like maybe 3 of them that you could tell were kind of running the show. And I wasn't 100% sure like who he was gonna like have that big showdown with. And then once once it kind of starts to come together with the flashbacks, and you figure out, who his brother is and everything, and it's like it all kind of plays out the way it should. But there's still, like, I still feel like there's a lot in this movie that maybe doesn't need to be there or needs to be tightened up a little bit.
Oh yeah,
like
for sure. Yeah,
like like you mentioned Art Hindle's character, and like Karen Carlson. Like she's a big part of this movie, but like I'm not sure I fully understood everything that was going on with her. And and same with Art Hindle. And like I kind of feel like you could take them out and still have
no, don't take out Art Hindle, because then it's not a hair show.
Right.
Art Hindle with his huge hair, and then next to Chuck Norris with his fluffy hair and mustache, like that would have.
There's some really solid 1980 hair here for sure.
Oh yeah.
No, definitely. And Art Hindle's got a really beautiful mop. Speaking of beautiful, this is something I wanted to mention. So there is a raven-haired beauty in this movie, a woman with black hair. I'm sure she kind of becomes like a love interest at one point.
Yep.
Starts off as someone in the camp that's getting trained by these ninjas, and then she has her own confusing motivations, and is a good guy. And I'm not, again, like, this is a movie I think that would probably benefit from a few rewatches. Maybe not, maybe it's not going to make any more sense next time. But this, beautiful actress that caught my eye, she is Armenian. So there you go. Her name is Carol Bagdasarian.
Yeah, she's like the daughter of someone famous. Like, I want to say the producer guy, Donald Bagdasarian.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Or whatever. Or Ross Bagdasarian. Someone like that. Yeah.
Sure. Sounds right. But like she's if you look, she doesn't even have like a picture on IMDb, but she's got like a lot of credits. So she's been in a bunch of stuff. But like, I love that, like, there's a random Chuck Norris love interest in all these movies. I just, what are the odds? You got an Armenian in there, so that brought a smile to my face. And she's a beautiful woman too. So he kind of it's funny because I hadn't really thought about it before, but you were talking about the Roger Moore Bond movies recently with Eric from the Hysteria Continues, and I feel like Chuck has like a real like James Bond streak with like women in these movies.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess even you could even go to Forest Warrior if you want, where like a lot of them like die.
Oh yes.
And some of them it's like pretty cruel too.
Oh yeah,
like
it's very Charles Bronson Death Wish. Like if you
exactly.
has a love interest, they're probably gonna die by the end of it.
Yeah, like you're like, oh no. like why couldn't you just stay friends? You might have had to get out of this, but no, like so there's a lot of that, and some a lot of beautiful women obviously, and
mm-hmm.
a lot of great mops of hair on these guys too. And this is one that I had I had fun with. It's again, like I kind of feel like it was a lot going on, and I don't think I caught it all if I'm honest. And that's coming from someone who just talked about Forest Warriors. So that's saying something. But yeah, I think for like a really early effort, like it's a solid choice, for you to include on your list.
All right, cool. Let's get into the number 4s. Here is yours.
So now the wolf has a wolf pack. Lone Wolf McQuade, starring Chuck Norris, David Carradine, Barbara Carrera, and Leon Isaac Kennedy.
All right, so my number 4 is actually a double feature, and I'm going to start off with a little movie called Lone Wolf McQuade from 1983. And let's go ahead and read the VHS description. This is from the Vestron video release, actually. So, world karate champion Chuck Norris gives the finest performance of his colorful career as the renegade Texas Ranger. Oh, that's right. This is his first appearance as a Texas Ranger.
Setting the groundwork for the future.
Yeah. J.J. McQuade is his name here, of course. So in this action-packed 1983 hit film, the blockbuster Lone Wolf McQuade is also the first film of its kind to combine Western style with the excitement of the martial arts, and features the highly publicized bout between Norris and David Carradine from Kung Fu. Norris's McQuade is a hard-driving, beer-drinking lawman whose somewhat unorthodox methods, including karate, have helped him remain a successful loner. So when his superior tries to saddle him with a partner, Robert Beltran of Eating Raoul, JJ gives his new sidekick the slip. But soon they both become embroiled in the crime spree begun by the cruel gun runner Rowley, played by Carradine. To add to the growing tension, Rowley's beautiful woman, Barbara Carrera of the Island of Dr. Moreau, soon becomes McQuade's fondest admirer. When the violence extends to JJ's daughter, he goes on a do-or-die mission of revenge. Oh, it says of revenges. Oh, okay. Yeah, he's going on a mission of revenges. Accompanied only by his partner and a single FBI agent, Leon Isaac Kennedy. Together, they hazard the treacherous hike to Raleigh's secret lair, where Lone Wolf McQuaid finally confronts his enemy in a sizzling duel of hands and feet, a climactic battle between two of today's most famous martial arts experts. So yeah, that
It's a very wordy box.
it is, yeah, and that's best. And gosh, there's a cool quote here from Gene Siskel and Robert Ebert as well. It says, "A lot of fun, wall-to-wall action with a hero who's a man of much action, few words, and a certain sense of humor." I'm not sure I caught all of that, but it seems like they liked it, which is cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, gosh, where to start with Lone Wolf McQuaid? I will say, this is one of the movies that I kind of remembered being better than it actually is, to be fair. I kind of expected it to maybe even be higher on my list. But it's, and there's a few of those actually, I'll say, that have probably shifted positions, over the years from where I would have thought they would have been. And that's not to say it's a bad movie, but it is a little flawed. Maybe, it's kind of hard to put my finger on it, but I guess just to say, like, the positives, like, it is really fun to see him playing this Texas Ranger character. Obviously, neither of us know a lot about Walker Texas Ranger, but I'm assuming this is quite different. And 1983 Chuck is a different animal altogether. And I love that it's a Western. Like, it's just a modern Western through and through. It's got a really epic score. It's like really reminiscent of, like, I don't, like, something you would hear from like a Sergio Leone film or something like that, and like something Ennio Morricone would have come up with. And I just really like it. I like the music a lot. I think it's really dramatic, and it just feels, it feels like a Western. I do have a soft spot for Dana Kimmel, who's his daughter, Chuck's daughter, in this, fresh off of Friday the 13th Part 3. And her acting is, like, kind of, like, amazing for all the wrong reasons. Like, I want to say, like, I don't want to be mean, but she's just, I don't know, something about her performance, like when she's in peril, that she did the same thing when Jason was chasing her. It just makes me chuckle, and I don't know what it is. I do, but I do love her, and I love David Carradine as well. Like, he came into there's this Italian restaurant not too far from me called Michelli's, that one of my favorite restaurants in LA. It's like the kind of place you go to just, once in a while, like special occasion. And one time I was there, and I remember he came in, and I'm like the last person who gets, starstruck or whatever, because like I told you before, I was a server, and a lot of people would come and go, and I wouldn't even know who they were. But David Carradine walked in. I was like, oh man, that's David Carradine. I was keeping an eye on him from the table, and I watched him walk over to the bar and drink one drink and walk right back out. And I have no idea, like, if that's just normal for him, like if he just wanders around Los Angeles doing that, back then. But it just left an impression with me. And I think it's really cool that we got to see him do this movie with Chuck Norris. So there's something fun I wanted to mention about this movie that I think I might have mentioned this to you before when we started discussing doing a Chuck Norris episode. And that's this quote. I don't think I did it justice, so I went ahead and looked it up, what they had on the IMDb trivia. So I'll try to read it off of there so I can do it justice. But Here we go. When asked to comment on David Carradine's actual martial arts skills, Chuck Norris opined, David Carradine is every bit as good a martial artist as I am an actor. So it's yeah, like I don't know. I love that line though. And I like to think that there was some kind of tension maybe there, or maybe it's all in good fun. Who knows? But yeah, I definitely want to know more. And it's an odd movie. Like it's really cliched. Like it's as cliched as you can get. So like you have to, like, maybe it wasn't as cliched in 1983, but like watching it like with 2022 eyes, like it's like about as numbers as you can expect. Like you could this script could have come out of like some kind of simulator or something, but it still just has a charm to it. And I'm a sucker for, yeah, I guess like kind of like a gritty modern setting Western, and I think this kind of tries to do that. Like it's not Extreme Prejudice. Like it's not like there's no like Walter Hill here or like anyone like that to kind of take this to that kind of level. But for what it is, I think it's pretty entertaining, and I enjoyed it. And like I said, I think this is one of the ones that I realized watching these all together. I wouldn't say it's one of his best anymore, which I would have probably said, 5 years ago even. But I still think it's a lot of fun and worth checking out. What are your thoughts on Lone Wolf McQuade?
I had a similar experience watching this movie. I definitely enjoyed it. But I think both my wife and I agreed that it wasn't quite as good as its reputation is.
Right.
Like, Lone Wolf McQuade, he's so synonymous with this character, right? Isn't he even like when he shows up in the Expendables, whatever, part 2 or whatever it was, he's like, isn't he even like the lone wolf in that or something? He's referred to as I don't know. He's just always like he's this is one of those roles that's always brought up, like when you think of Chuck Norris. I don't know, when watching the movie, I'm like, it's not quite top tier as I thought it was going to be. Like but it's definitely entertaining. I think the pacing maybe is the issue of the movie. It's not like, obviously the Octagon has some issues like that, but but I expected maybe this one to have worked it out by 1983 a little bit, and because it was such a big film and it was a big hit and it's well loved, I thought, maybe this will be tighter than I remember it being, but it's not. It's a little like it's a little rambly, but I guess that's in line with some of the other spaghetti westerns that they're kind of homaging. It feels a little bit like those in terms of the way they're not as quite as like tightly paced as they could be. So I could see the homaging there that they're doing intentionally, and I do enjoy it. I forget that he's not quite a lone wolf in this movie, as the title would suggest.
No, yeah, exactly.
At some point, it's the 3 guys, right, versus the bad dudes. It's like him. It's Leon Isaac Kennedy and Robert Beltran, right? So it's a trio. Exactly. It's a wolf pack, I guess, if you will.
I think a reluctant wolf pack, though, because he starts off as like I'm a loner and I don't need a partner and all that junk,
Yeah, and also the idea of like Barbara Carrera and kind of her pushiness in his life, and a lot of he's a really good dad to Dana Kamel. This is his first time, I think, on screen as a dad, right? He was a dad previously in the other movies before this part, so suddenly he has like a teenage daughter, and I like the dynamic there. I actually really like L.Q. Jones as Dakota in this movie. I think he's great. The old guy with the amazing mustache. I love L.Q. Jones. He was a great screen presence as well.
He deserved better.
Yeah, he definitely deserved better. He's to me famous for being in the for writing and directing A Boy and His Dog, and
really?
yeah, he did that. He also wrote, I think, the Brotherhood of Satan.
Oh, how funny! Very cool.
But very much like a character actor of the 70s. He would show up in a lot of things, and it was fun to see him here as the friend. And unfortunately, his demise is, like you said, a bit unfair. Deserved better.
And Barbara Carrera, again, very James Bondish. I was just gonna say, like, beautiful, exotic woman.
Yep.
Also deserved better.
Yes. Again, it happens again in this movie. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's gonna be a theme.
Thankfully, Data Cannell is okay at the end. I do like the showdown, but I can see where Chuck is coming from with David Carradine's style.
Right?
It's not quite. I'm gonna say, I know David Carradine is also synonymous with this role too. I don't know if he's that great of a villain, to be honest.
No, I don't think. I think the way he's like even positioned on the poster, would make you really think he's gonna be like one of the more memorable, iconic villains that we talk about today.
Mm-hmm.
But I would say he's pretty forgettable. Like, it could have been anybody in that role.
He's also like,
honestly,
I like to, when I was watching a lot of these Chuck movies, I love to point out, like on Instagram, like in the stories, I would like, oh, Chuck's wearing another sweater again. He's wearing another dad sweater, right? In some of these movies, like especially the later ones. The villain in this movie is wearing like a V-neck sweater for most of the movie.
Yeah.
It's just not. It doesn't say I can kick ass.
No,
like
especially, yes. I think you're right, and I think that's something that kind of takes away from the showdown at the end too. Is that he's wearing like he looks like he's going to the country club or something. Like, he doesn't look like he's in this desert compound in Mexico, or I think they're in Mexico, right? Because they take the helicopter at the end to get back. It's like a big thing, but I don't know. It's no, I'm with you. There's a lot of things that just don't quite gel. Maybe could have used like a little tightening up. Like I said, like if this was a Walter Hill movie, for example, like I'm not taking away from Steve Carver, but I keep saying, like, using Extreme Prejudice as an example of, like, you can do this kind of violent 80s action movie that's also a Western, in a different way, for sure. But Aaron Norris is in this as well, by the way, as a punk. And again, like, I think we don't even need to point out Aaron Norris in all of these, because he's pretty much in all of them.
He's pretty much always there, in some form. Yes,
exactly. But I love that for sure.
All right, what's your second movie in your list? Here's a TV spot.
Columbia Pictures presents Chuck Norris, the master fighter of our time. Now he must face an indestructible man in one final showdown that will push him to his limits and beyond. Chuck Norris in Silent Rage, rated R. Starts Friday at a theater near you.
Okay, so the second movie on my list, again, this is a movie that I kind of expected to be a little bit higher on my list, if I'm honest, not to undersell it here. It's still a movie that I enjoyed quite a bit, but wasn't quite at the level I was expecting. So pairing it here at number 4 felt just right, and that is here, excuse me, that is I was about to name one of your movies. So that is Silent Rage, I'm sorry, from 1982. I got tongue-tied there for a second. And let me go ahead and read the VHS description. So Chuck Norris, 6-time world karate champion, stars in his first suspense film as a tough street fighting sheriff of a small Texas town, terrorized by a psychotic killer. Norris is faced with the dilemma of stopping the invincible murderer made virtually indestructible through genetic engineering. A young group of researchers are responsible for developing the serum, and the head of the research institute is determined to continue the genetic experiments regardless of the consequences. Norris displays fighting brilliance as he single-handedly routs a dozen brutal bikers from a truck stop hangout, while revealing a warm and sexy side while he rekindles an old romance with Allison Hallman, Tony Kalem, a researcher at the Institute. Excitement, horror, and romance prevail as Norris combats the killer. So yeah, that's the RCA home video, Columbia Pictures home video description. And one fun thing I should point out, and this is something I've been meaning to say for a few episodes now, whenever we do these VHS descriptions, almost all of them will have an address, and it's always a lot of them are in Burbank. Right. And this one, for example, the RCA Columbia Pictures home video it says 2901 West Alameda Avenue, Burbank, California, 91505. When we moved here from Utah, I lived in Burbank from like 93 to like 2009, maybe, something like that. And I was one street away from there. So nice. That always smiled to my face.
You could have visited them and like, hey.
Yeah, no, it's just
I'm here from my RCA Columbia tapes.
They're almost always from Burbank, and I get a kick out of that. But yeah, so this is a movie that I was kind of drawn to just as like a horror movie fan and a slasher movie fan, and in a lot of ways, this is kind of like Chuck's chance to do something that was, that was very popular at the time still, even in 82. It might have been a little bit after that boom. But having like this like hulking, silent, unstoppable killer would still very much be like a trendy way to go. And in a lot of ways, this is kind of like I would see this a little bit like Chuck's like Cobra, like a movie you just talked about on the Canon podcast, where you took an action star and kind of blended that with the horror movie formula. So it's a little less successful, I would say, at finding that balance. It's a fun movie. I enjoy it. It's definitely worthy of my list and one of the first ones I thought of putting on here. But it's far from perfect. I will say it's got like I think the way it's kind of marketed is brilliant, and I love that. There's I think this is like just a one sheet poster here I have, but you've got this picture here of Chuck looking very solemn and looking off with his cowboy hat on, and then behind him you see the eyes and like the kind of the medical insignias and stuff. The killer kind of lurking back there. You could tell he's got stuff like kind of plugged into him, and it says, "Science created him. Now Chuck Norris must destroy him. He's an indestructible man, fused with powers beyond comprehension, an unstoppable terror who, in one final showdown, will push Chuck Norris to his limits and beyond." So, I mean, he sounds really menacing. And this is like, this actor is like a pretty big guy in this role. He's, what's his name here? It's Brian Libby, who's actually he's in another movie we just talked about, but I'm blanking now. But unfortunately, I think that might be one of the weaknesses of this film is that as big as this guy is and as crazy and indestructible as he is, I don't feel like he's quite like a menacing presence. Like at the beginning, he just kind of seems like a guy who's down on his luck and dealing with mental health issues and um, on the verge of a breakdown. And it kind of, it's funny. It kind of gives me like, and this is, I guess, going on a tangent, but it gives me like Friday the 13th, the New Beginning vibes, maybe. And like, I don't think it's just the beginning, because the beginning, obviously, you have someone like kind of snapping and going on like this murderous rampage with an axe. But I think it's like the whole movie is just kind of like like that biker gang. Like it's just so I don't know, kind of like all over the place and filled with like cartoonish characters in some ways, and maybe that's where I'm getting those New Beginning vibes. But because those characters, a lot of them were like very over the top as well. I do love that Chuck's like a suave ladies man in this. Like I think like obviously, like we mentioned so far in all these movies, except for Forest Warrior, which is kind of in its own island. He's like always getting his girl and in the end, but in this time he's like kind of like a heartbreaker. Like it's just so funny, like to see him bump into this girl who's like mad at him for like basically they probably like had like a one night stand or something like that, it sounds like. And he's he turns the charms back on, even though she's hates his guts for like a minute or whatever, and he's got her back in bed like the next scene or whatever. And it's just so funny seeing Chuck Norris in that kind of a role. This might be like his most James Bond of James Bonds of what we were saying before. But I love that. I think it's really fun. I like that because I think to like maybe to like most people watching all these movies, they might just kind of think he's the same character in every movie because there's so many similarities there. But he's not. I think that there's some nuance and some fun changes from film to film that you got to kind of appreciate and enjoy. And I like that he's got that side of him here. He's like a little bit of a scoundrel or something. I don't know. But he does seem to genuinely care for this woman, of course. So he's not all bad. I always love Ron Silver. I feel like him being in this film adds a lot to it, even though he doesn't have a huge role. I kind of remembered him having a bigger role than he does, but he still, plays a big part in it, and is, it's funny because I kind of think of him as an actor who plays like villainous characters, but he's played a lot of good guys too, and he's like a likable kind of conflicted character in this, and I really felt for him and his wife and what happens to them. And I guess to spoil that, like I'll say he even plays like a great like kind of like slasher victim, because there's a scene where you see him hanging on a door, and it's clearly like like they didn't have the budget for some crazy prosthetic, so it's just him in makeup like hanging on the door, and it looks great though. Like it's something straight out of Friday the 13th, like I said. And like it's like I said, like some of the characters are like kind of obnoxious, and I could have done without like the sidekick cop and the bikers and all that other stuff. Again, like all that stuff kind of I don't think it used to bother me, probably like back in the day when I'd probably watch movies like Friday the 13th Part 5 a lot. But over the years, like my taste has kind of refined a little bit to where like, yeah, like I get why people love that, and it might be a lot of people's favorites even, but like I'm like a Friday the 13th Part 6 kind of guy, you know, and like if I'm in the mood, I'm probably gonna watch that. So now when I'm watching these kind of movies, those kinds of characters like stick out a little more and kind of rub me the wrong way a little bit more. And I was definitely rolling my eyes a few times, but yeah, I don't know. I'm still a fan. I'm saying all this. It sounds like I'm down on the movie, but obviously it's up there, tied as my number 4 for a reason. And I do get I get a lot of enjoyment out of it still, and I love that it has that like kind of Terminator vibes with this killer who can't be stopped. So yeah, I'm a fan. I will say, not to spoil anything, but there might be another thriller that Chuck is in that I didn't remember as fondly that might be a little bit better than this one. And we might touch on that later. But yeah, what are your thoughts on Silent Rage?
Where do I start with Silent Rage? So I'd watched all these movies pretty much in the order of their release. I started with Breaker Breaker, and then what was next? Yeah, the one before this was An Eye for an Eye, and then the Octagon before that. And so I was definitely enjoying, going in that order. It was fun. This is definitely like 1982. It's almost starting a new era for Chuck. In the 80s, starting to feel more like an 80s movie, I guess, than the late 70s of some of the other ones that came before it. So the things that happened in the late 80s were like in the 80s were like hybrids, right? Hybrid kind of movies, hybrid action and horror or thrillers, and this is what was happening at the time. This is getting very, Charles Bronson had one, Chuck Norris, and the action stars would all have their own hybrid action and horror movies. So of course we talked about Stallone later in the 80s with Cobra. And for this one, does it work? Does it not work? Well, I happen to love this movie. It really works for me. It's really entertaining. I don't get bored by it. I know there's some things that don't quite work. I'm very aware of some of those things, but I really love the meld of karate and martial arts, or just martial arts and kind of a mad scientist Frankenstein movie in a way. It's unusual. It's very unusual, but it works for me. I had a blast revisiting this movie. It had been a while. Actually, this is one I didn't revisit that often for some reason, because maybe I had some issues with it in the past. I don't know. It's been a while. I don't remember. I remember thinking I always liked it. I loved the action horror movies, but I don't know if I was as fondly remembered as this one. I didn't fondly remember it as much, but I really had a blast revisiting it. Joyce did too. We both had a real good time with this one. And yeah, it has like the biker scene, but I don't know. I just like the idea of that random scene in the bar with the typical, like, when there's a bar fight, it's going to be crazy over the top, and this one is definitely that. It's there. It's very gratuitous, bar fight scene, and sure,
it's a gratuitous movie. I mean, I think this might have the record for the most boobs in a Chuck Norris movie too.
I was thinking that too. Like, there's more boobs in this movie than any previous Chuck movie,
right? Yeah.
And so even after this, there's not that many to come, sadly. But this one has a lot. It doesn't feel like, it's like Chuck Norris. I guess he had a lot of action and violence in his movies, but there wasn't a lot of like sexuality. So it was fun to see that in this, and the horror elements, and Ron Silver. I really liked him in this, and his wife. I felt bad. I felt really bad for them.
Exactly. They're really likable, and he puts up a really good fight. And man, so frustrating. Yeah.
It's I didn't expect to feel that much from characters in a Chuck Norris movie. I think up until this point, I didn't feel that much for like a lot of the characters when they died. So this was the first, again, going back to like watching these in order, like this is the first, like, oh, I actually really do care about these characters where I didn't really before, even though I enjoyed, those movies. But I'm like, I really should care about these people in this silly, ridiculous B movie. And I even liked the killer. I mean, I really did. I actually had my experience a little different. I was actually kind of scared of him, and I actually felt bad for him too at the same time, which was like, oh, I have these conflicted feelings for this character, which I didn't expect to have in this movie.
No, and it's interesting you say that because this is the way I see it. Like, I remembered him kind of, and this is a movie I've seen quite a bit actually, even not that long ago. But the way I've always kind of thought of him was more of like like a slasher villain killer, right. But he's more of like a Frankenstein monster. Like, he's a tragic figure in a lot of ways, and you feel sorry for him, and he doesn't look like I guess in real life he would be scary. Don't get me wrong. He's like this big lanky guy, and he definitely looks unhinged. But like for like a horror movie standards, like an 80s horror movie, like if you lined him up next to like all the slasher killers or whatever, like he wouldn't look that scary. I guess is what I'm trying to say.
No.
So a lot of it is just kind of like. Like again, like a lot of it has to do with like our memories of these movies too. Mm-hmm. So for me, like I just kind of remembered him being a little scarier, but he's a little bit more of a tragic character, like you said, and it works. Like I think that's great too, and you get like the kind of mindless mountain monster later, anyways, that we'll talk about. Mm-hmm. So it's, in that regard, I like that this is different because, because of all these other movies we're talking about, this is a villain that stands out for sure.
Yeah. And he's like the actor Brian Libby was in like a bunch of Frank Darabont movies. Like he was in Shawshank. I remember him in that.
Yeah, he's I swear I saw his name pop up even on other movies we've already mentioned today. Probably minor roles. I can't remember now. But yeah, he's in a lot of stuff for sure.
Oh, and the love interest, Toni Kalem, who I thought was cute in the movie. She got a prominent role on The Sopranos, playing Angie.
Very cool.
Later on, so she's like a New Jersey actor, and she went on to be in that. So I just remember, oh yeah, it's Angie. She's like, I could totally see it. Like she went on to be in Sopranos, totally. and I liked her in this, and. I definitely liked a lot of. I don't have anything bad to say about it, really. I was really into it. Yeah, and I love that I have the Mill Creek Blu-ray, which has the VHS kind of looking artwork on it, which is fun.
That's very cool. I love that they do that with those slips. I think that's nice for sure, and it has a cool design too. Like This is one where the cover definitely sticks out in my mind. That image, and I think there's even I want to say I used to have a different DVD because I have an import Blu-ray now that's kind of like in fancy VHS packaging or whatever. But there was a DVD I used to have that was an import where Chuck is like kicking, like there's a little Chuck on there too, kicking the Silent Rage, and like sending like a crack through it or something like that. And I'm like, I'm trying to remember it now. It's probably somewhere in my garage, but I feel like this is a movie for whatever reason that got some cool covers and designs to it. They put a little bit more effort into that, and I always appreciate that for sure.
I think it was a big seller for them on VHS. It did well for them.
Yeah, must have. I could see that.
It's kicktastic.
It is for sure.
All right, here is my number 4. It's a TV spot.
Chuck Norris and Lou Gossett, two friends who live for adventure. Their mission won't be easy.
We need a new plan.
It might even be dangerous.
But it could be worth a lot of money.
They'll face any risk for the adventure of a lifetime.
Better be some gold up here. Get your butt. I'm coming.
Chuck Norris and Lou Gossett, Firewalker. Rated PG. Starts Friday, November 21st at a theater near you.
Okay, that's Firewalker. Firewalker. I have very fond memories of going to see this in the theater with a friend of mine from school.
Oh, very
and
cool.
like, okay, we're gonna go see Firewalker. It was like a Chuck Norris movie that you could, I usually had no problems getting into R-rated movies, honestly, because of the neighborhoods that I grew up in New York City. Just they didn't care, so it was easy to get to see R-rated movies. I took it for granted, really. Also, I was kind of like taller, I don't know. I guess I look a little older than I did, even though I know I was clearly like 11 or whatever. So I say this with this one because it's a PG movie. Chuck Norris is making a PG movie. He's making a movie kids can go see, which is amazing. I wanted to include this one because it's a different departure. It's a departure definitely for Chuck Norris, making a kind of adventure film, a buddy film. This is not like the movie. These are not the movies that he had made previously. If you look at his filmography, like he was making mostly like characters who are kind of like lone characters, real lone wolf characters, or reluctant to partner with people. Here, he's like pals, right? And partners with Lou Gossett Jr. And they're adventurers, and they go on adventures, Indiana Jones style-y. And that's kind of the appeal of this movie. It's like, okay, Chuck Norris is going to do like his own canon version of Indiana Jones. And of course, canon already did that with King Solomon's Mines the previous year, and Alan Quarterman and Lost City of Gold. Here in the middle of those two movies, they did Firewalker, and letting Chuck Norris become his version of Indiana Jones. And it's kind of a brilliant move on their part. I could totally see Chuck Norris doing that kind of role, even though he had previously not been famous for his personality on screen or sense of humor. But I knew he had it. He has charm and charisma. Like you see it in the movies before, but it wasn't like the highlight. It wasn't like what those movies were about. Here he gets to like flex his comedy muscles. And you know what? It really works. He's really fun to watch this movie. The jokes, some of the jokes could be better, okay, honestly, but these movies were written probably pretty fast and filmed pretty quickly and released, canon style. Like we talked about these canon movies on the Canon podcast, where they just work, they were churned out pretty quickly, right? To have movies in theaters. And this is no exception, but I think Chuck does a lot with the role. Like he's clearly having fun. And I think that's the key to making these kinds of roles work. Like you have to be having fun, right? If you're having a terrible time, it shows, right? Although, that's, famously Sharon Stone and Richard Chamberlain did not get along on King Solomon's Mines, but I do find they're pairing fun. So it can work if the actors are good and professional. Chuck Norris makes the most out of it, and the pairing with Lou Gossett Jr. is kind of genius. They play really well together, and they're fun to watch. They had a good time working together, and it's noted here that they actually have the Hollywood stars. They're back to back on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Chuck and Lou, they're pals. I had a lot of fun. Like I said, I saw this in the theater. We watched this movie, and then we snuck into Eye of the Tiger with Gary Busey.
Yeah,
which feels kind of like a canon movie, right?
It does,
but it does.
It's not. Yeah.
So it was almost like having a canon double feature without actually being a canon double feature. I remember having a lot of fun that day. It really, it was a lot. Yeah. I just, I know he enjoyed it too, my friend. And it was kind of exactly what we wanted from this kind of movie. Two adventurers. And then of course, Melody Anderson entering the picture as this, young woman. Here's the back of the media home entertainment canon box, by the way, guys. Action superstar Chuck Norris, the Delta Force, and Oscar winner Lou Gossett Jr., an officer and a gentleman, join forces for a spectacular, take your breath away adventure in a wild pursuit of fabulous treasure and sheer swashbuckling thrills. After 10 years of life-threatening, money-losing expeditions, fortune hunters Max Donegan and Leo Porter, Norris and Gossett, are about to call it quits. And a beautiful young woman, Melody Anderson, appears with a map to a long-lost gold hoards of the ancient Aztecs. Dollar signs in their eyes, the trio embarks for darkest Guatemala, where one cliffhanger after another as they battle merciless mercenaries. Hero hungry. I know, right? Although they appear as priests in this movie,
right?
Merciless mercenaries, hero-hungry jungle critters, and the supernaturally evil Aztec medicine man El Coyote. It's a free-spirited, head-over-heels romp into high adrenaline action adventure. That's exactly what this movie is. It has some almost supernatural elements, but it's played. It's played lightly, right? So it's never like, oh, the movie is like weirdly like. It doesn't feel like it's bogged down or by those elements. They don't feel like mismatched. Like, oh, it works in this movie because everything's kind of breezy, right? So the more outlandish elements kind of work because of that. I just have a blast, really, every time I watch this one. It's silly. It's a slight adventure, but it's entertaining at the same time. Has a Gary Chang score that works. It's entertaining. And I'm really into it. Ebert hated this movie.
Oh, really?
He said that it was a Romancing the Stone ripoff. Other than a man and a woman in a movie looking for a treasure, there's nothing else in common with this movie. They're different countries, right? Mexico, Guatemala, they're different places. Colombia, right? In Romancing the Stone. There's different elements. I think it's because this is a trio movie. This is not a two-hander. This is a trio through and through, the three of them. And it's got silly, over-the-top elements, and I don't know, a lot of fun. How about you?
Yeah, maybe he thought Louis Gossett Jr. is like the Danny DeVito here. I don't know.
Oh, maybe.
No, I honestly don't know. I hadn't thought of that as a Romancing the Stone kind of tie, but that's an interesting way to look at it. So it's funny. I have an interesting relationship with this movie because every time I watch it, I enjoy it a lot. But then I never think of it as like a movie I like. I don't know why. Like I don't think of it as like something that is like, my taste or for me or whatever, but it totally is. And it's like a perfectly it's like a perfect lazy afternoon movie.
Mm-hmm, totally.
And I think that's like kind of how I've watched it every time before this episode. This time it was homework, but most of the time this is just a movie like in the past, for example, like if I looked on my guide and saw this was going to be on the movies channel, like I would record it and just like watch it or whatever. Or if it's going to be on, I would watch it, and it'd be like really fun, like just relax and turn your brain off and have some laughs and go along for the ride kind of movie. I think that's great. Like, I think there's really something to be said about movies like that. Like, I think maybe in my mind that made it kind of like disposable, like a lesser movie or something, because it's not something I was like actively seeking out to watch. It was just like more like something I'd be happy to stumble across before. But now like I've just kind of grown to appreciate it even more, and I think it's really charming. It's different than the other movies we've talked about before. It's got, I'm really glad you said that Chuck and Louis Gossett Jr. had like really got along well and stuff, because when you start talking about people not getting along and all those things, I was worried like that's where you were going for a second. But I think they're a really fun pair, like a really fun pair, and I'm so glad they did this movie together, and I wish they'd done more. It's it's like, it's kind of like nonsense. It's kind of like a canon, Indiana Jones ripoff or whatever, sure, but it's really fun, and I love Melody Anderson from Dead and Buried, anyways. She's in a bunch of stuff, of course. Isn't she in Flash Gordon? Am I?
Yeah, she's the girl in Flash Gordon.
Yeah, so I mean, she's obviously played a lot of iconic roles or whatever, for genre fans at least. And I'm a big fan of like Will Sampson, and John Rice Davies is in here, and Sonny Landham, of course, is awesome. But it's just like everyone just kind of works, and they're like all these larger than life characters, and I don't know, I like I just like it a lot. I think it's a really fun movie, and I think it's I'm this is one that I will say, like, if you didn't pick it, I probably would have for sure. And the one I didn't write down a whole lot in my notes, because this is more of a movie where it's like there's not a lot to pick apart, really, I think, because it's so good natured,
right?
And it doesn't take itself seriously, that like there's no point in trying to say like, oh, I didn't really like this, or I didn't really like that. Like there isn't really anything like that in this. But anyways, I will say, like, as far as that dynamic with Chuck Norris and Louis Gossett Jr., like the one thing I wrote down in my notes is that I love that Chuck like asks him to hold his like gum, like right before the bar fight.
Yeah,
like, picks out his chewing gum and puts in his hand.
that was an inspired moment for sure.
Yeah, like I don't know, they have like because of their performance, it's not like the characters are so well written or whatever. They're written fine, but I think it's more the performance. Like you just kind of get the sense that these guys have been on like a million adventures.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of inferred anyways, with like the way they like run into that like evil general character who pops up again at the very end, when they're celebrating. So I don't know, it's a really fun movie. I honestly like wouldn't have minded a couple of sequels even.
Totally.
It could have gone wrong, of course. Not every sequel's gonna work out, but I just feel like there was definitely more they could have done with those two. But regardless, I'm glad we got this one, and I think it's a really fun one.
I remember, I just had a flashback. Oh my God, I get chills in my spine. I remember like being so into this movie that I drew like the font, the title with the knife, the dagger.
Oh, that's
and then like 2 after it, like Firework or 2. Like I made my, I think I made up like my own like sequel. Like I think I might even come up with a plot or something. I was so into it like that. That I wanted my own. I wanted sequels. I made them up in my head.
Oh man, that's so cool. Oh, that's fun. Yeah, even the sets and stuff are so fun, like the temples and the caves and everything. Like it's just, I don't know. This is just like it brings a smile to my face just thinking about it. And I kind of want to watch it again now.
Yeah.
So.
Super light and fun. It was released November 21st, 1986 by Canon, of course. Made $12 million box office on an $8 million budget, so it made its money back and a profit. Right. Certainly on home video, I think that's what it really shined. Also playing at the time, like I mentioned, Eye of the Tiger. Also, Every Time We Say Goodbye. Something Wild, Tough Guys, Peggy Sue Got Married, Stand By Me, Color of Money, Taipan, Quiet Cool, The Song of the South was released the same day. Top Gun, That's Life, Crocodile Dundee, Soul Man, Streets of Gold, Chopping Mall, 52 Pickup, An American Tail, I think it was also on the same day, I remember that. The Wraith, Neon Maniacs, The Boy Who Could Fly, Jumpin' Jack Flash, She's Gotta Have It, Blue Velvet, From Beyond, True Stories, Sid and Nancy, The Decline of the American Empire, Betty Blue, Half Moon Street, A Room in a View, and Down by Law were all playing at this time in November of 1986. Good time to see movies, certainly. Good time to be a Chuck Norris fan, watching a lot of these fun movies. All right, we're going to take a break, and we'll be back right after this.
Hi, my name is Chuck Norris. I have been involved in the martial arts most of my adult life, and it helped me develop inner strength and self-confidence, a strong sense of discipline, and the focus needed to set and achieve worthwhile goals. That's why I formed the Kick Drugs Out of America Foundation, to give less fortunate youngsters an opportunity to gain these lifelong benefits. The study of martial arts will benefit any child or adult who is willing to try. By the way, EFC Black Belt Schools, a non-affiliated organization, but a major contributor to my foundation, will arrange for you or any member of your family to receive a martial arts trial program free of charge. Just call the school nearest you and ask if it supports my Kick Drugs Out of America Foundation. Thank you.
And we're back. Hope you enjoyed that. Let's get right into your number 3.
In Chuck Norris's new film, An Eye for an Eye, he plays Sean Kane, an undercover narcotics officer. He's forced to take on Hong Kong assassins, a dope ring, and a 340-pound giant who uses a tree trunk for a toothpick.
Oh, boy.
If you think you've seen Chuck Norris in action before, you haven't seen anything yet. Chuck Norris in An Eye for an Eye. Rated R.
Starts Friday at a theater near you. Check newspapers for theaters and time.
So my number 3 is An Eye for an Eye from 1981. And I am going to go ahead and read the, what is this? Embassy Home Entertainment VHS description. Karate champion Chuck Norris stars in a fast and furious martial arts movie about an ex-cop's one-man vendetta against the drug racketeers who killed his partner and his girlfriend. The mission leads him into the low-life labyrinth of seamy San Francisco. So I like that, straight and to the point, not as wordy. And of course, this is The other pairing of Chuck Norris and Terry Kaiser that I was alluding to earlier. Terry Kaiser doesn't get to be as over the top this time because he has a pretty small role, and he has a pretty unpleasant outing, I would say, this time around. But the film has a really good cast overall. You know, Chuck Norris, of course, is great. He's kind of, I think he's really kind of coming into his own here. Not that he wasn't before, but I feel like he'd really gotten into a groove, and maybe by 81 he was just kind of ready to take on a little bit of a more traditional leading man action movie role in like a bigger action movie. It kind of feels like a step up to me. And I think he's really good in this, and I love the supporting cast. I think Christopher Lee is great. He's not in it a whole lot, but he's in it a good amount, and he's always awesome to see. I like Richard Roundtree in this, and I really love Mako, his character in this. Of course, you also have Professor Toru Tanaka, who I kind of associate with the Running Man. Randomly is like what I always think of him for. But he's, he always plays like kind of a menacing villain, and it's really funny because I don't know, I don't know why this is what stood out to me watching it this time, but he's wearing like really high platform shoes to make him taller, and they don't even try to hide it. And it's like just undermines it, like every shot of him that you get to see, his feet. He's just clearly standing on these huge platforms, and it cracks me up. I don't know, but he's good. He's really menacing, of course. I just can't believe they didn't, they did him dirty, for lack of a better term, by not trying to cover that a little bit better. But hey, they didn't know about HD back then either, so maybe it didn't look as bad. But yeah, this movie, it's kind of ridiculous too. I know it sounds like I'm kind of ragging on a lot of these movies that I love, but it's got like some really kind of silly sound effects for some reason, like the fighting sound effects. They like make me chuckle. A lot of like and stuff like that I just can't do. But that brings a smile to my face, and I just think it's got like a satisfying payoff. Again, this is another movie where Chuck's surrounded by beautiful women, and one of them is actually, like I mentioned in the VHS description, one of them is Terry Kaiser's girlfriend, who gets a very unpleasant ending here, unfortunately. And,
of course.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm telling you that it's, you don't want to be around Chuck. But I think it plays out like in a really fun way. Kind of, there's like a little police corruption and a few twists and turns there. And they might be like obvious in some ways, maybe they're not. But I think it's fun the way they handle that. And Chuck has like a fun kind of this became a bit of a cliche in action movies over the years, and you mentioned this actually in your the podcast you just recorded that I keep referring to. But Chuck has like a layer here, like with some personality, with like a high-tech alarm system and security system, where he like pushes a button and like bars come down on the doors and stuff. And It's like, and it's like somewhere that you have to take a boat to get to or something. Am I remembering right? I
Yep.
don't know. Yeah. So like, yeah, like he's just got like his own like little bat cave or whatever you want to call it, like this like cool like headquarters, and it has a lot of personality for sure. And I wonder what that would go for in San Francisco these days. But yeah, this is a movie that I really enjoy. Again, like it's a lot of these kind of seem cliche in hindsight, but I don't think that's a bad thing. And one interesting little tidbit I wanted to point out. There's a few different posters for this. One of them is a woman who is all strung up and hanging, and you see like what looks like Chuck Norris's eyes. Like
I was gonna ask you, is that him? Is that supposed to be him?
Right, and he looks like really menacing and psychotic, right?
Yeah.
So I had a DVD of The Prowler from Italy years ago that had that same exact cover. It was called, and it was under the title Rosemary's Killer. So I always thought that was so bizarre, and I don't know like what art were, like I guess it's intended for an eye for an eye. Like I don't know how to process that. And it's so weird because it makes it look like he killed this woman, basically. Like if you see that. So there's better ones. There's like a better cover of him. I mean, it's great artwork. Don't get me wrong. I love these classic, the way they're painted and everything. But there's another one where he's doing his like kick right towards you, which I love.
Yeah, like over the Golden Gate Bridge or something, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I remember that one.
They're lifting up the buggy in the corner and all that stuff.
That was definitely the poster in theaters. I remember that.
Yeah, for sure. I don't remember the other one. I don't remember that until like I guess the internet. So yeah, it's this. So this is a movie I really like a lot, and I think with a lot of these, like you can kind of pick at it and stuff, and take shots at it, and some of it's kind of this cheesy, like I said, the sound effects, but I'm a fan, and I really like Mako a lot. I think he's really fun. Whenever I see him show up in a movie, it makes me happy. Of course, I kind of associate him with Conan the Barbarian, I guess, but he's been in a bunch of stuff. And I like that we got to like kind of sneak him into a Chuck Norris movie too here. So yeah, I'm a fan, obviously, like I said, but I am very curious to hear your thoughts on this one.
This was directed by Steve Carver too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
So there's the Lone Wolf. I love it.
I
love An Eye for an Eye. Actually, it's like to me with the early '80s, late '70s, early '80s, the Chucks. I rank this one up there with the Octagon, even though maybe the Octagon is not as good, right, with some of the plotting. But I think this one kind of improves on that. Again, he made this one right after the Octagon, so the movies were like improving, and he was improving with each one.
Yeah, I was trying to say before too, like it's so close in timeline, 1980 to 81, but this really feels like a big jump to me.
Yeah, definitely. Like it feels like a bigger film, if production wise, like the budget, filming in San Francisco. This is very much a San Francisco movie. I love that about it too.
Oh, absolutely.
It's got a lot going on. I like all of it. I like its faults even.
Same here.
I don't know what it is that I just when I watched this one, hadn't seen it in like a real long time, probably since the early '80s or the mid '80s, and I'm like I didn't know what I was going to expect with this one. I didn't know if I was going to enjoy it or not, but I was really into it. I got into the plot. And I didn't think I would, right? I thought I'd be kind of removed from it. But I was actually caught up in it. And like you said, mentioned when Mako enters the picture, I like the pairing of the two. I I like all the people show up. I even like Christopher Lee. I enjoyed Christopher Lee much more in this one than in the James Bond movie that I had to watch around the same time.
That's right. That's right. I remember you guys talked about that. I still have to rewatch those, but yeah, I can imagine for sure.
I mean, he's not he's not a particularly menacing villain at all. Like in this, certainly not in the James Bond movie at all. But I like him more. I just thought he was more entertaining to watch in this one.
He's like a gentleman here. It's interesting, but he's like a scoundrel for sure.
I like the Rosalind Chow character, Linda Chan. I felt really bad for her. I was like, oh no, this is going to go wrong, isn't it? And it does. And I was really bummed by that. So again, feeling for characters. I didn't think I would, feeling for people in a Chuck Norris movie. I didn't think I would. So this movie won me over. It was fun to see the professor, of course. The professor playing the professor.
Yeah, exactly.
Love that he's playing basically himself. Those huge block shoes. And
oh my gosh, those shoes crack me up.
This is from the writer of Prom Night, right? William Gray wrote it.
Yeah, William. I think they credit two writers. I want to say, but yeah. William Gray.
I wrote this. Prom Night, Changeling, Humongous. Movies I love.
You just mentioned Humongous. Sorry, before I forget. So the version I have of this movie on Blu-ray, it's an import. It's another one of those like fancy kind of VHS packaging ones, and it's under the title The Giant, which I always was a little bit curious about. I'm not sure if the giant is supposed to be the professor.
Probably.
Because it's not Chuck, right?
I love that he's supposed to be menacing, and there's a lot of chase sequences with the professor, and he's like so slow, obviously.
No, he's kind of like waddling. Even it's probably so hard to walk in those shoes, and
it's kind of hilarious, actually.
But that chase scene with the Linda Chan character that you just mentioned, the Rosalind Chow, she's so it's such a good scene, and it kind of reminded me of I can't believe I'm blanking. The Sarah Michelle Gellar scene in that I Know What You Did Last Summer, where it's such a long chase that, or even Prom Night. You mentioned Prom Night a second ago. It's such a long chase. It's such a good chase that you're kind of mad at the end that they don't get away. And the frustrating part with her is that she does get away, but then she goes back to her apartment. She goes back to her apartment and she calls Chuck. Right? Am I remembering?
That's right.
It's oh, and of course the bad guy find you there. Why would you go back there? Oh man, it's just it's too bad. But she does a great job with that chase for sure. It's very exciting.
And noted Rosalind Chow is she's still working in a lot of movies. She actually appears on Better Things as Kevin Pollak's wife. But also she was in the big Mulan movie, and she's still working very steadily.
Oh, interesting.
Which is great. It's great to see her.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, big thumbs up. Here is let's get some more Chuck fun here.
This May, Chuck Norris is taking over. Saturdays at noon. He's a force of one.
Whoever killed him, stuck that needle in his arm, he's gonna pay.
Then he's putting the hammer down. It's breaker.
What do you know? A drive-through gas station.
Finally, Norris enters the Octagon.
You wanted a man for this mission, and now you've got one.
Mark your calendar. Chuck's in charge beginning May 8th. Saturdays at noon on WNUV TV 54.
All right. And here is my number 3.
The city is a battlefield. In a secret war, the toughest killer on the street is on our side. You can do it without any anger. Bam!
Drop dead. Welcome to my world.
Chuck Norris is the Hitman. Rated R. Starts Friday, October 25th at a theater near you.
Okay, it's the Hitman. I talked about the Hitman on the 91 podcast. I'll just read off the Canon video box for for those of you who are not in the know. First starts off with a pull quote from a critic. A 4-star action movie with Chuck Norris in a new kind of strongman role, says Vernon Scott of UPI. International box office star Chuck Norris proves he has 9 lives and an alter ego in his action-packed thriller set in the dark underworld of warring mobs in the Pacific Northwest and Canada. Norris portrays Cliff Garrett, a good cop betrayed and left for dead by his crooked partner Del Delaney, played by Michael Parks. Miraculously, he survives. Determined to get revenge at any cost, he goes undercover as Danny Grogan, a vicious, calculating hitman hired by the mob, a man on the edge, reacting without conscience or fear. This terrifying masquerade earns Grogan the reputation and trust he needs to infiltrate the organized crime ring of drug dealers and murderers who've taken over the city. Danny Grogan is a walking time bomb waiting to explode. The hitman shows Chuck Norris in a new kind of action role: lean, mean, and unforgettable. Oh, bless Canon for writing that copy. They were just really trying to sell the hell out of their movies, and certainly in the late 80s and early 90s when they were on life support.
Yeah.
And they're trying their best. They knew they had Chuck Norris still in their movies, and he was always guaranteed to turn a profit, right? So that's why he was in their movies still. And this is one of his last movies for Canon, sadly. But I did see it in the theater. I talked about that on the 91 podcast. Go check out the 91 podcast. I think the September and October one. And I talked about this movie, so you'll get a real just understanding of what I liked and didn't like about this movie. I did mention that Michael Parks is one of my highlights, why I love this movie. His dialogue is so crazy. It's clearly Michael Parks is riffing and just probably just making shit up on the spot.
Yeah.
And that's what's amazing about Michael Parks. He just adds, he's very Michael Parks. In any character he was playing, and certainly in the Tarantino movies later on, he was just doing his thing, right? He was being Michael Parks. Sample Michael Parks dialogue. I'm tired and wet, so goddamn cold, my dick is like a short stack of buttons. And then another gem. I'm so goddamn horny I could fuck mud. Okay, Michael Parks, you win me over. He's he's a partner turned ultimate villain in this movie, so get to see that to see where that goes. You get to see Chuck Norris taking on the mobs and turning them against each other, kind of like what Charles Bronson did in Death Wish 4. So Canon kind of recycling their plots a bit. And I'm all for it, of course. Aaron Norris at the helm here, directing this film, and doing a good job. The action set pieces are good and entertaining. It's it's clearly shot in Canada. This one feels very Canada. It's Vancouver. You could tell. I can always tell when it's Vancouver in a movie because of the street lights are very unique. They're like those light bulbs, so those round bulbs. So oh yeah, it's Vancouver, or maybe Toronto, but more likely Vancouver. And that's what it was. It's like that. I like the weird Andy Preboy song in this movie. Andy Preboy, of course, from Wall of Voodoo, does a song in this movie. We play in this podcast. I mentioned that the plot was kind of recycled from Death Wish 4 a little bit. This is originally a Charles Bronson movie.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Kind of feels like it.
It feels like more of a Charles Bronson role, yeah.
Yeah, it does feel like it. Like Charles Bronson, again in Death Wish 4, he was doing a little bit of masquerades and pretending to be different characters to infiltrate these things, and that's kind of what Chuck's doing a little bit in this one.
Yeah, I don't think Charles Bronson got as deep necessarily as Chuck does.
He didn't get as mulleted as the glorious mullet that Charles Bronson has in this movie. Chuck Norris has in this movie.
It's an amazing mullet.
It's pretty amazing. His whole look is pretty amazing with the
they give him the little eyebrow scar from the betrayal at the beginning where he gets shot. They really go out of their way to give him the look for sure.
Yeah. And they definitely spent more time in the hair and makeup trailer than they did on Forest Warrior. It feels like this movie has a bit more of a budget.
Yeah. Hey, same director.
Same director, Aaron Norris. What's your take on The Hitman?
So I actually been wanting to check this out since you mentioned it on the podcast, and I was sure I'd seen it before. Like it just seemed like it. I could picture the image of him, with the shotgun and everything, and I just was, I assumed this was one I must have seen at some point, but watching it now, I'm pretty sure this was a first time for me.
Oh wow!
And I really enjoyed it. I loved it, I would say. I think that it's really unique in a way for like such a. I mean, I guess let me put it this way: like it's a mob movie, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's set in like Seattle and Vancouver, and so it's like a mob movie in the Pacific Northwest. And then the warring factions are like French, Italian, and Iranian. So it's just different. Like it's like they took something that could have been really straightforward and just had a bunch of wise guys and stuff, and they made it like international. I don't know. For whatever reason, and it works. Like it's just it adds to the charm for sure. And this is one of my favorite. So I will say, without spoiling too much, in a lot of these movies, like I give Chuck Norris credit because unlike someone like Steven Seagal, which I mentioned before, like who seems to kind of toy with his villains a little bit too much and too easily, and doesn't seem to break a sweat. Like Chuck isn't like above like taking a beating. Like he isn't, and he'll go through the ringer, and you'll see him really bloodied up in a lot of these movies. And I think because of that, I think that's a big part of it. Because he allows himself to be vulnerable. Like I think he has some of the most like satisfying endings in these action movies. And I love the ending of it. And you know what? I will say a big part of that is also definitely Michael Parks. For this specific example. Because of how he plays that character. So yeah, I just I love this one. It was a really fun. I guess I for me it was like a discovery. Yeah, like out of all the ones we're talking about today, like this is one like that's a new gem to take away and enjoy, and I'm really happy about that. It's something that I could definitely see myself going back to quite a bit. So big thumbs up for me.
I was excited to revisit this movie after watching it in October,
right,
or whatever it was. Yeah. So that's how much I really enjoy this one. It's just great. It's just like it's a blast from beginning to end, and the ending is the ending is a literal blast. I mean, it really it's explosive. Let's just say
I love it. I love that ending so much.
It's explosive. Yeah, go back to the 91 podcast if you want to hear more of my thoughts. One bit of trivia that I wanted to mention was that Canon was hurting so much at this point that the film developing house was kind of onto them, but they were kind of not good about paying them. So they wouldn't allow Canon to access the movie until they got paid. And they knew.
Oh, how funny.
They knew they were hurting. This was a release on October 25th, 1991, $4.6 million at the box office. Not very big, obviously, but but it definitely left an impression.
Yeah, no, for sure.
All right, so let's get into our number 2s. Here's yours.
America's maximum assault force is back in action. Chuck Norris, Delta Force 2. This time it's for more than country.
Let me go. Okay.
It's personal. Chuck Norris,
Always the heart.
Delta Force 2, rated R.
Starts Friday at theaters everywhere.
All right, so this might be a little bit of a surprise, but my number 2 is Delta Force 2, the Colombian connection. And let me go ahead and read the VHS description here from, what do I have here? It looks like Media Home Entertainment. So here we go. Led by action superhero Chuck Norris, America's ultimate strike force is about to blow the war on drugs wide open. Sadistic billionaire cocaine czar Ramon Cota, played by Billy Drago, has transformed a tiny Latin American country into his own personal kingdom of brutality, torture, and murder. Then, when he and his private army take a trio of drug enforcement agents hostage, America calls in Colonel Scott McCoy, which is, of course, Chuck Norris, and his elite Delta Force troops. Their mission: stage a blazing assault on Cota's heavily armed mountain fortress, obliterate the cocaine factories, and bring the Americans out alive. It's the long-awaited powerhouse sequel to Chuck Norris's knockout performance in the original action-adventure mega hit, The Delta Force. So yeah, interestingly enough, the title of the movie on this VHS is Delta Force 2 Operation Stranglehold, which is something you and I were talking about before we started recording, which I find interesting because I don't remember that name necessarily. But it kind of makes sense because I understand what they're trying to do with the Colombian connection name, but as a movie kind of about drug lords in South America, but this I'm pretty sure this movie's set in a country called San Carlos, a fictional country, and not Colombia. So I don't know. I think that's a little bit of a mystery to me.
I think maybe Colombia was so in the news at the time. Of course, the many drug issues there. So maybe that's probably why they wanted to cash in on that.
Sure. Yeah. No, that makes sense. It's just curious, like that they didn't, set the movie there then instead of just the name. But that's all right. So this is another Aaron Norris movie. He directed this. I guess this would have been right before The Hitman, right? 1990.
Yeah.
And this movie is just so much fun. I remember catching it on, I want to say I probably caught this on cable the first time. And it just really left an impression as just like it's just a different animal than the original Delta Force. Now you just talked about the original Delta Force with John Donahue on your guys' Canon podcast, and I agree with your assessment that it's a really enjoyable movie. It's kind of like a quintessential Canon movie in a way. Like I think it's one of their big ones you would think of, and it does feel like a disaster movie because it's got this huge cast, this ensemble cast, and it's just different, and it takes itself a little more seriously. There's a little bit of, there's tragedy in all these movies we've been mentioning with people getting killed and stuff. But it's a little different when you got like people getting taken hostage and tortured and kind of thrown around and killed or whatever. It's different. The original Delta Force is just different. I will say that the one of the most obvious places to spot Aaron Norris in any of these movies is Chuck Norris is motorcycle stunts in Delta Force, the original Delta Force. It's definitely his brother. I meant to read up on that, but you could just tell. But yeah, so I mean, I like the Delta Force, but I love Delta Force 2. And I just think it's one of those situations maybe where Chuck Norris gets to shine a lot more because it's focused more on him and not the team and not the ensemble cast and not like a plane full of hostages and everything else that was going on in the original. It's just a straightforward action movie. It's like a rescue mission. It's there's some good twists and turns and frustrations about the system not working the way it should, and these commandos, like how they deal with that and those frustrations, and I love it, and I think Chuck is great in this, but I would say he is probably the third best performance in this movie. Because I love Billy Drago. I think this is like the Billy Drago show for sure. I don't know if it's funny because the original Delta Force had Robert Forster as like an Islamic terrorist, right? They probably like gave him a little spray tan or something, and then now you have Billy Drago as like a South American drug kingpin, and he definitely has like hair dye and spray tan and stuff. And it's like, I don't know if it's enough to make me buy him as someone named Ramon Cota, but he's like such a bastard, like such a great villain in this that I don't care. Like I just love it. Like I wouldn't have it any other way. And oh, and I'm sorry, before I forget, I should say the other person who's like an MVP, I would say, like after Billy Drago, is John P. Ryan. And you did mention what you just mentioned another movie that made me think of him, Death Wish 4. And I think that he's just such a fun actor, and he's so good in this. He really like the rest of the team doesn't get a personality in this movie. It's not like the original. There really isn't a team. It's just a bunch of kind of faceless commandos. You don't get like characters, but his presence is big enough to where like he like represents like the Delta Force. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like
he's like the opposite of Lee Marvin.
Exactly. Yeah. Poor Lee Marvin. Like you said, he was sick at the time of the Delta Force ride, and didn't get to probably contribute as much to that movie as they probably planned when they paired him with Chuck Norris. But this time, like I would have loved to see him get to do what John P. Ryan does here. Just have all these great lines and moments, and like he just has like a sense of joy about him that's just like contagious. It's really fun while all this madness is going on. So I'm not sure this needed to be a Delta Force sequel, honestly. Like it could have just been something else, but I kind of like that it is too, though. I think that like it was smart to try to capitalize on a popular movie, even if it might have been a little too late, by 1990. But yeah, I really love this movie. It's a lot of fun, and it's another one that has a really, 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 really satisfying ending. The setup is great. It's just brilliant, like of what happens and how it gets to that point, and I just love it. So I will say, as far as trivia goes, I think John P. Ryan was one of the people that was involved with like a tragic helicopter accident while making this movie that claimed the lives of like some of the crew members. So thankfully he survived, but you know, it's a shame that others lost their lives. And I kind of hate, you know, I always hate hearing those kinds of stories because um you know, like this is something that obviously it's a movie now that's like still bringing people joy, and movies are meant to bring people joy, and you hate to associate any kind of tragedy with them. And it's a real shame that such a fun film is kind of, you know, has that tainting it in a sense. Because I mean, gosh, like honestly, like from beginning to end, I would say that this is definitely one of the most enjoyable Chuck Norris movies to me. And I hold it like kind of on a higher regard. So it's special, you know, it's special, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And that's why it kind of bums me out a little bit that that's associated with it. But not to be a downer, you know, there's a lot of good things to say about it as well, that I'm sure you have to say too. So what are your thoughts on the Operation Stranglehold, I guess we'll call it?
Love it.
Yeah.
I do love it. It's for all the reasons you mentioned. It's so entertaining. It's even though it's like kind of a hefty running time, 111 minutes, and I think the original was like 130 minutes.
Right.
It really goes by though. Like it really kind of flies by. It's a lot of action set pieces. It's just it moves quickly. You get involved. It's got a great villain. Obviously, Billy Drago is amazing to watch in this movie. It's got all the elements that really come together, really work for a sequel. And I just feel like it's a stronger film in that, you know, it's not like, okay, it's not the big movie that Delta Force is. It has a much lower budget. It has its limitations because of that, but I prefer it. I mean, I'd watch this one over the first one any day because of that, because of all the things that make it work. Just really entertaining to watch, and that's what I want from a Chuck Norris movie. And just gives me everything I need. It gives me a great villain. It gives me a lot of good fun action set pieces and lots of perilous moments. Like, how will Chuck get out of this? And he does. Kind of scenes. You got characters that you feel bad for that get bumped off.
Yes, another beautiful woman, for example, that is unfortunately just
of course. we you know it's gonna happen. But also like one of Chuck's team, you know, who is hell bent on revenge. Gets kind of killed in a terrible way.
Take that even further, right? With the pregnant wife and everything. Oh gosh, yeah.
So the magic combination of Chuck Norris versus Billy Drago, aided by John P. Ryan, is like the holy trinity of canon action to me. John P. Ryan, like you mentioned, is a joy to watch in this movie.
Really,
he's having so much fun. He's adding so much to the role. Clearly, his personality is just clearly having fun, and it shows big time in this movie.
Oh, for sure.
My wife would point out, like, she's like, I just love watching him. That's what she said. Because he's like, he's having fun, and he's letting you in on the fun he's having, and that's always a joy, you know. That's what you want to see. You want to see an actor just like really going for it and having a blast doing it. And
they should have given him a spin-off, I swear.
Yes, that would have been amazing. I mean,
let him do part 3, right? Yeah.
The John P. Ryan factor. He needs a documentary. I mean, like, I just want to learn more about John P. Ryan.
Right. No, for sure.
And Billy Drago. Like, he played a lot of really memorable villains in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah. He still has one more appearance on our list here, though. It's smaller. Oh, no, he actually has 2. Forgive me. So, yeah, we'll get to that. But this is definitely his biggest role. and he definitely shines here. And this movie gives us so much good dialogue too. And there's that clip that we were kind of talking about leading up to recording, over the weeks, where we kept saying we wish that Chuck Norris had done a teacher movie. And there's that great clip in here where he tells the henchman, my turn to teach. He's like, thanks for the lessons, my turn to teach. And God, I just love that. I love it. It's just, I don't know, it's great. This movie is just I could watch it again right now.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm excited to revisit it in the future, and I bought the Kino Lorber Blu-ray because I didn't own it, and I was like, why didn't I own this movie? I need it, and I bought it, and I'm going to be revisiting it for sure.
So, very cool, very cool.
Too much fun to not.
Chuck Norris Karate Commandos.
Bring it up, back it down, fight, wash the people wherever they're found.
Location Hong Kong Harbor. Assignment, locate smuggled warheads. Oh no, Ninja Warriors! Read 9 through 3, perfect strikes. Up next, Super Ninja. It was my karate against his. And theirs. Up for us, chemo and the karate vet. A flip, a chop, a shot. This ball game was over now.
Kenner's Chuck Norris Karate Commandos. Products sold separately.
All right. My number 2, here it is.
A terrified city.
The memo on this girl is exactly the same as Simon Moon.
A brutal serial murderer. And only one battle-scarred detective.
There's nothing wrong in being afraid, O'Brien. He came up against a monster.
Has the knowledge that can lead him to the killer. Chuck Norris. In the suspense thriller of the year. Hero and the Terror, rated R. Starts Friday, August 26th at a theater near you.
Okay, that's Hero and the Terror. LA cop Danny O'Brien's got a score to settle with himself. He knows he was lucky when he put a mammoth-sized psycho behind bars. Now the psycho's escaped, and Danny's ready to prove if the first time was luck, the second time is war. Hero and the Terror gives you everything you expect from superstar Chuck Norris and American Ninja 2 Steve James. Blazing fisted, bone-jarring, one-man SWAT team action, and plenty of it. And it gives you some things you might not expect. A web of suspense that pulls the action taut, and Norris as a very human hero with a pregnant girlfriend who won't marry him. It's a new combination that's pure, blow the lid off dynamite. Color, approximately 97 minutes, 1988. That's the media home entertainment VHS box, of course, that Canon had to deal with media at this point in the 80s.
Right.
I know I saw this in the theater, and it was a fun ride. I saw it in the theater along with Stealing Home, the Mark Harmon dramatic baseball movie.
Oh, it sounds familiar. Yeah,
I think like Jodie Foster, Mark Harmon. It's like a nostalgia movie from that time period. I really like that movie, and I definitely enjoyed this movie. Mm-hmm. I wanted to see more Chuck, and this time Chuck taking on a big hulking villain again, like another big guy, like he did in Silent Rage. This guy is really big.
Yeah.
This is what's his name from Superman. The big guy.
Oh, that's right. That's where I knew him from. Okay, I'm sorry. I should have looked that up.
Jack O'Halloran. Yeah, he plays. Yeah. The villain's name is Simon Moon.
Great name.
Great name for a villain. Very memorable. This is a really fun movie. It really won my heart in this viewing. Like, I had to put this really high on my list because I just had a blast watching this movie. It had everything I needed from a Chuck Norris movie, and more. Like the box says, it gives you a little bit something extra. It gives you drama. It gives you the storyline of Chuck Norris and his pregnant girlfriend, and where that's going to go. Like Is it going to be? Is he? Will he or won't he? Will he not? with his girlfriend? Will he be a good dad? He's already wearing dad sweaters in this movie.
Yeah, he is.
Which I like to point out on Instagram. It's got Superfly as the mayor, Ron O'Neill. The mayor of LA, right. Superfly. I love it.
That's so funny. Yeah, you're right.
It's got so they've got that hybrid of action and horror, but then it has like Billy Drago again. He's back. He's in this movie, and he's not a villain.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I totally forgot he was in this one too.
So weird. It's got Branscombe Richmond. It's a baddie. It's got a lot going on in it. It's really it's also a movie theater movie.
Right.
Which are my favorite kinds of movies. Yes. I practically grew up in a movie theater, and this one is about the killer who's basically the Phantom of the Wiltern Theater in LA.
Yes.
He takes over the theater. He drags victims into the theater, and of course will be a big set piece towards the end of the film with Chuck versus villain in movie theater. I love all the almost tedious stuff of Chuck trying to find the killer in the movie theater.
Right.
I love it. It's tedious, but I love it.
Because
it's movie theater, behind the scenes at a movie theater, like all the nooks and crannies. He's trying to find this killer.
Yeah, and it's not like just like some megaplex or something. Like it's a real old palace. Like it has like it's almost like a character in itself. So you actually don't mind exploring it and seeing all these nooks and crannies and stuff they're trying to dig into.
It really is. It just is like you mentioned, it's a character. It's kind of actually what I wrote down on my thing. So, it's I love when a location is a character in a movie, and Cannon was smart to have all the action in a lot of the action in a movie theater. Steve James, I love Steve James. I love when he pops up in all the Cannon movies, like the Michael Dudikoff movies.
Oh
and here. He's great. He's entertaining to watch. He's got a lot of attitude.
He showed up a few times this month, actually. He was in the original Delta Force too, I want to say, and maybe something else too. I love Steve James.
Love him. Avenging Force. We talked about that in the Canon podcast. He's great. Also an actor like Billy Drago and John P. Ryan, who are gone too soon.
Yeah.
Tragically died at 41, which is
way too soon.
Yeah, he needed his own movies, like starring movies. That would have been amazing.
Yeah, he was unfortunately he was like always a sidekick, a great sidekick, but he really should have had like his own franchise.
It would have been amazing. I feel like had he lived, he would have gotten it eventually.
Yeah.
It's got, the director was William Tannen, who did previously to this movie Deadly Illusion, which was a Larry Cohen scripted movie. Flashpoint with Chris Christopherson, directed a bunch of music videos. He later went on to direct another Chuck Norris movie called The Cutter, which was like a mid-2000s Chuck Norris movie, which I'd never seen.
I think that might be on one of those DVD box sets I got for research, but I don't think I got to it.
Let me know when you do see it, just if it's worth checking out, because it's the same director. So, and I like this one so much, so maybe it worked, maybe it's good.
No, exactly. Whenever I see, like, eras obviously make a difference, but even if it's like a 2000s movie and I see a director I love, like, I think I mentioned Mark Lester before, and another episode we did like some random stuff in the 2000s. Like, I definitely watch him for, give them a shot just for old time's sake, and a lot of times they're a lot of fun.
Yeah, the writer of the movie, Dennis Chirac, he also wrote Code of Silence, but also
there you go.
Pale Rider, Flashpoint, Murder by Phone, The Gauntlet, The Car, Rent-A-Cop, Turner and Hooch, and Cadence. The movie Run, which is a really fun movie.
Love that
one. And then
one.
A late Canon movie called 50-50. That was like 93 or so, 92, 93, somewhere around there.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, I just really like the action. I like the setting. I like the attention to drama. I do really enjoy the relationship between Chuck and his wife in this movie and her pregnancy. I kind of like that it goes to that, it goes there with that, and it's not afraid to.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, we know we're like an action movie, we know like we're kind of a horror movie, like, well, we could be a little bit of drama too, a relationship drama. Why not, right?
Yeah.
I'm really into that. Maybe some action fans we put off by some of the drama, but I think it really works, and I think it's a bit of Chuck Norris maturing as an actor, a bit. So he's given more to do with that. I generally like the wife, and I was pulling for her. So I won't tell you if she lives or dies, but it's up to you to find out. But I will say this movie has, again, Chuck Norris and dad sweaters, but also one of the best ending shot freeze frames in the Chuck Norris movies.
For sure. I love that.
It's almost it's goofy in a way, but it's perfect for this movie.
No, but you know what? You missed the goofiest of all freeze frame ending shots with another Chuck Norris movie, but we don't need to get into that.
What is it? Wait, what?
In Hellbound.
Oh boy, yeah.
We'll talk about that later.
I didn't get to it. I didn't finish it. So.
Exactly. That's what I was saying. You missed it.
I need to finish it now.
It's one of the goofiest freeze frame endings I've ever seen in my life. But we'll maybe touch on it another time. But
yes.
But no, you know what? It's so funny. Hero and the Terror. I was gonna say this was the one that I kind of. I didn't remember liking it as much as Silent Rage. I think I kind of remember Silent Rage being a little bit scarier and a little bit more exciting, maybe because the villain had like this supernatural power in a way, with the science, through science fiction, obviously not through anything supernatural, I guess, but yeah, watching it now, I'm surprised that I think I like The Hero and the Terror even more. And I've seen this movie a lot. It's probably one of the earlier movies I sought out of Chuck Norris because of its horror leanings. But it's really fun. I like it a lot. I like some slasher movies will focus on a group of characters, and you kind of know them, and they'll get picked off one by one or whatever, but some of them will just have random characters kind of show up, and this does that. This does the whole someone shows up for a scene and is killed in that same scene. And I love the characters. It's so funny. There's this girl Betsy, who is the preacher's daughter or whatever, that is amazing. She has 5 seconds of screen time, and I love her.
Yeah, this becomes a slasher movie, really.
It does. It is. It's if there's one complaint, it's a slasher movie that does not have creative kills, unfortunately.
Right, yeah.
The guy, he's kind of a little bit of a one-note killer, which isn't bad. I mean, you could say that about the Scream movies. Everyone's just getting stabbed with a knife or whatever. It's that they don't all have the creativity of Jason Voorhees, but yeah, it's a slasher, in a lot of ways. And you have that, I said, that girl showing up to start working at the Wiltern, Betsy, and then you have that starlet, that movie starlet. It's it's just so random. You're just introducing characters and killing them off right away, but it's just done in a very second tier kind of slasher movie way. But I love that. I say that as a compliment. And it's interesting for me because I used to work about a block away from the Wiltern. One of my offices when I was a social worker, before I came to work with the court, was right down the street there. The Wiltern is obviously it's it's on Wilshire and Western, right? So that's like where the name comes from. And I was like right over there on like Wilshire and like Vermont, like a few blocks away. And I drove past it all the time, and it looks like it kind of looks the same in a lot of ways. Like they've done a good job not messing with it too much. But I haven't been inside for a while, so I'm not sure if that's still true inside. But it's awesome. Like I love that this movie is set around there, and I don't think I made that connection before. Maybe it's because I wasn't like working in that area the last time I saw this. I don't remember when it was, but this was like the first time I kind of noticed it, and that definitely added to the experience for me because it was a familiar setting, kind of, that just kind of adds to the charm. And I mentioned this before when we were talking about the Hitman and about the ending being very satisfying. I think this one has a very satisfying ending. I think like Chuck always seems to stick the landing. Like I really have to compliment him on that. I think he has some, like, they know when to stop his movies, which is kind of like a lost art in a lot of ways. Mm-hmm. I mentioned this about him before too, but I love that he like takes a beating. Like he always takes a beating. He doesn't shy away from that. He's not one of those people who behind the scenes like would have like refused. Gosh, you know what? I'm gonna say
Steven Seagal.
Yes, exactly. And so like this is really random what I'm gonna say, and I might not do it justice because I should have looked this up beforehand, but this is just something I've heard. I heard that, and I've never seen a Fast and Furious movie before in my life. I've never had that pleasure for whatever reason. But I heard that there was some kind of crazy thing going on with making those where the egos were so big that certain actors, like I think I want to say like maybe Vin Diesel and The Rock and stuff, like they had to work it out to where they hit each other like the same amount of times.
Mm-hmm.
If they had a fight or something like that, like it was like something where like it was like a real touchy, like kind of like dealing with these like huge egos with kitty gloves kind of situation, to where no one would have to like give an inch to the other person. Mm-hmm. And like, I mean, that stuff just drives me nuts. Like,
that's not fun. Like,
no, that's not fun at all. Like I can't, and if God forbid I ever watch one of those movies, like that's what I'm going to be looking for now.
I think it got so bad, that rivalry, that that Vin Diesel was like refused to make any more movies unless they got rid of The Rock, and then The Rock's like, I won't make any more movies unless I get a spin-off.
Oh god,
that's what ended up happening.
Right? Yeah, I know there was like drama about it. Yeah, some dumb stuff, but I mean, none of those guys can pull up Chuck's cowboy boots. I was gonna say laces boots for that. Yeah, so it's whatever. It is what it is. But I love that Chuck Norris takes a beating. I miss that. I think some, like you were saying, Steven Seagal and other action heroes, they just don't do that. But Chuck like gets his ass kicked here, and I love that he kind of his like hero moment or whatever at the beginning, like you said in the VHS description, like it was a fluke, like he got lucky. Yep. So then he is training like a maniac and lifting weights with Steve James and all this stuff because he's haunted by that, and he wants to be ready if he ever has to face this guy again. Yep. So lucky for us he is, and he gets that opportunity. So yeah, no, I'm a huge fan. This is one that was much better than I remembered, and I'm very happy to say that.
Yep, certainly. Released August 26, 1988, made $5.3 million at the box office. Like I mentioned, it was I played along with Stealing Home. That's where I saw it. Also playing at the time, Young Guns, Die Hard, Married to the Mob, Fish Called Wanda, Clean and Sober, Tucker, Cocktail, Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4, Who Framed Roger Rabbit, Mac and Me, The Big Blue, Midnight Run, Betrayed, Coming to America, The Deadpool, Monkey Shines, The Blob, A World Apart, A Handful of Dust, Hot to Trot, Big, Bull Durham, The Last Temptation of Christ, The Rescue, Crossing Delancey, The Year My Voice Broke, The Thin Blue Line, and Babette's Feast. Certainly a great time for movies, and clearly action was a lot of action was playing. So, Chuck's popularity, at least was waning a little bit by this point, making room for more bigger action movies like Die Hard at this point. But give me a Chuck Norris movie any day, and I'm satisfied, especially if it's Hero of the Terror.
Yeah,
all right.
And well, sorry, I was just gonna say, you touched on this, but action aside, I would watch a movie just about Chuck and his girlfriend in this. They're like if it's just like a romantic dramedy or something. Like it's just it's all done so well. It's very, very charming.
Very charming. It's true. All right, let's get into our number ones. We'll play a clip here, and then we'll get into your number one.
There's probably 60,000 Chuck Norris facts out there. In fact, in Iraq,
everybody writes them. It's not just this one kid in Brown.
No, thousands and thousands of people write from all over the world. Now the military are writing their own. When I was in Iraq in 2006 and 2007, doing a handshaking tour with the troops, I'd go into these outdoor commodes and read Chuck Norris facts on the wall.
And what is your favorite?
I think my favorite is they wanted to put Chuck Norris on Mount Rushmore, but the granite wasn't tough enough for his beard. So
that's funny. That's funny. Now I read a couple that I thought were pretty funny too. Once a cobra bit Chuck Norris's leg. After 5 days of excruciating pain, the cobra died.
I heard that one.
Chuck Norris doesn't read books. He stares them down until he gets the information he wants. One here and those way. There's no theory of evolution, just a lot of creatures Chuck Norris has allowed to live.
Yeah, there's no democracy in America. It's a Chuck-tatorship.
What was the first one you heard?
The first one I got on my email is when Chuck Norris does push-ups, he doesn't push up, he pushes the earth down. That was the very first Chuck Norris fact I ever read.
No one believed it could happen here until it was too late. Now, an army of international terrorists has landed. Only one man stands in their way.
Did you lose this?
They wanted a war. He gave them one. Chuck Norris, Invasion USA.
Starts Friday at a theater near you. Check your local listings.
So let me go ahead and read another VHS description here one last time. America wasn't ready, but he was. Chuck Norris is Matt Hunter, one-man army and solo defender of America's precious freedom after she is invaded for the first time in her history. A ragtag army of terrorist mercenaries led by Soviet agent Rostov, played by Richard Lynch, catches America unprepared and makes her a war zone from sea to shining sea. Only one man can stem the rising tide of violence and free the American people from the tyranny of the streets and skies. Chuck Norris blazes onto the screen, his twin holsters spitting death and destruction to the enemies of freedom. The heavy action goes from airboats to armored cars as bazooka-bearing terrorists meet the savage resistance of Matt Hunter, leading the United States Army into a hell of guerrilla warfare on suburban streets, shopping malls, and even the sanctuaries of our churches. Firepower explodes in megaton fury, and death-defying stunts escalate the action to a heart-stopping climax when Matt Hunter, America's doomsday weapon, launches his final plan. So sorry, it's getting harder to read these the later it gets into the night. But that is the MGM UA home video description of Invasion USA. of course, from 1985. Yes, my favorite Chuck Norris movie, and the number one on my list is the great Joseph Zito's Invasion USA. I had, gosh, I mean, I think you already mentioned this again in your canon episode, but I love that this Matt Hunter is like kind of turned out to be a continuing character, I guess, for canon. I don't know. You could get into that a little more, but I love Chuck Norris's portrayal here. I think that this is one of my favorite characters he plays, just because he just seems so random, living out here in the like Everglades, and just I don't know, his like mysterious kind of history, I guess, approached by the CIA and all this stuff going on. But something about this character just is it really I find it really endearing, even though he's not as well rounded as, like, let's say Hero and the Terror. I think like for like kind of just a straightforward action hero, I like this Chuck a lot. And I do really love Joseph Zito. I know he's best known for Friday the 13th Part 4, the final chapter, which I feel like it's funny. This episode is tying into a lot of Friday the 13th stuff about the things we're talking about. But my favorite movie of his, besides Invasion USA, is probably Red Scorpion with Dolph Lundgren, and I also love The Prowler, and of course he also directed Missing in Action just a year before Invasion USA, which is another huge Chuck Norris movie. So yeah, this is just when you read the VHS description, it sounds like a lot bigger scale invasion than what actually happens in the movie. I wouldn't say that America's invaded from sea to shining sea, or however that was put. But these guys do come and cause some trouble, and it's pretty messed up. Like, it's like not 5 minutes into the movie, you see them gun down a boat full of refugees with women and children, and you see like later in the movie you see like houses blown up, and with families inside, and it happens to be set around Christmas too, so you've got a lot of this going on while people are like putting up Christmas decorations, and there's a lot of carnage in a mall. This has one of my favorite kind of like mall action set pieces, because I love a mall that's decorated for Christmas. I don't know why. And the fact that they have this like great set piece in there, this bonkers action scene with that going on, just really adds to it to me. There's some really great stunt work, of course, I should say, and pyrotechnics, and speaking of satisfying endings, and like people getting their comeuppance and stuff, which is what we're seeing in a lot of these, that I'm kind of in I guess referring to when I'm saying some of these endings are just so satisfying. Like this has another great one that's just it makes me very happy. I don't know how else to say it, but it's great. So yeah, I mean, Aaron Norris, again, he's the stunt coordinator here. He's I think he gets the credit as far as I think the story credit is given to him, not the script necessarily. But yeah, it's just, again, this is like another culmination of everything that we've been talking about. It's canon. It's Chuck Norris. It's Aaron Norris. It's amazing. It's just a great movie. I love it so much. Of course, this is the other movie I was inferring before when we were mentioned Billy Drago. So he is in this as well. And that makes, I guess, 3 appearances for our list. But he he's not quite as established, I guess. Back in 1985, he wasn't quite ready to be the lead villain. He takes a back seat to Richard Lynch, who gets to shoot off. So it's too late in the night for me to think of a nicer way to say that. So yeah, there's a lot of people getting shot in the crotch.
That scene is crazy.
It's nuts. It just, you don't expect it to make that turn that it does. But yeah, it's awesome. I don't know what else to say. I love this movie so much. Yeah, it's everything for me. And it's even one of those ones like I said, I could watch this around Christmas time too. I don't care. It's just awesome. I should say I didn't rewatch the Missing in Action movies this time. I just ran out of time before we recorded, and just kind of had a feeling they probably wouldn't make my list necessarily just from my memory, but watching this again, it just reminded me how much I love Joseph Zito. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and rewatch Missing in Action as soon as I get a chance. But yeah, number one for me, and it's not even that close, I guess, if I'm honest. But what are your thoughts on Invasion USA?
I love this movie. So good. It's so good.
So glad to hear that.
It's so over the top 80s like action, and I guess what you think of like 80s action, like with the just that the time, right? It was very much the 80s were very much like a right-wing conservative time for America. It's all about America. And you think of like, a lot of it stems from like all of our fears of course, all the issues we're having with the Cold War and our fear of what happens if these, countries kind of try to invade our land. What do we do?
Yeah.
What do we do? And you know what we do? We call Chuck Norris.
Exactly. You get him off of his airboat and you get him to take care of it. Exactly.
It's kind of sad and telling of me as a person when all the terrible things that went down in the Ukraine recently with Russia, and like my first thought was, get Chuck Norris in.
Yeah.
That's because like he's going to single-handedly save the day and blow everybody up, right? All the bad people, and stop. It's like one man.
We grew up with action heroes that we could look to for that, and unfortunately, in the world we live in, we don't get to see that.
We know the reality, and that's why we watch these movies for the fantasy. And this is very much a fantasy, right? It's not reality, even though there's some really horrific things that happen in it. But it's it's fantasy. It's not the way things would play out. But it's really so much fun to watch because of that. Joseph Zito really goes full out and mounts all these great action set pieces, and they're exciting. It's so well made, and I just love it from beginning to end. I love Richard Lynch as the villain. I mean, he's great. He's Mikhail Roslov, right?
Yeah, he's awesome in this for sure.
A Russian villain, go figure. Another actor gone too soon, died almost 10 years ago now.
Right.
So good. And I watched this one a lot on that Canon, on that big box MGM tape. I had that.
Oh, that's awesome.
And I just got a lot of play. My grandmother loved it. Just the over-the-top cartoonish violence, but well done. Just Chuck Norris in the streets of Florida. And just with his two guns and blazing and got to take care of the bad guys. What I think about Florida, like, okay, if you're gonna take it, terrorists, take Florida. We don't need it. Take it. I don't want it.
If we have to sacrifice the state, I guess we can live with that.
You could take Florida.
They could have called it Invasion Florida, really. It doesn't really go beyond that.
It really is a Florida. I love that they blew up a neighborhood for this movie. Like, I think there was a neighborhood that was already going to be destroyed, taken down to make room for like the airport or something crazy. Right, and so that this neighborhood was actually going to be demolished. So they're like, okay, we're just going to blow it up for a movie.
Yeah, that scene is something else. Oh, man.
Love it. The mall stuff. I mean, mall, you got mall action, like real mall action at Christmas time. That's just really entertaining to watch. And yeah, I can't say it enough how much I love this one. It's just so entertaining and
oh, that's awesome.
And of course,
I had a feeling you did. I just couldn't remember talking about it before.
The music's great. It's just a big ball of fun. J. Chataway did the music, right?
Sounds right. Yeah,
from the guy did the score for Maniac and Vigilante, and so.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, it is. It is Jay Chataway.
Good stuff. Yeah, I'm a big fan.
No, this is, yeah, I mean, I think you could put it in a time capsule, honestly. Like, it's just so 80s action, and it's, like you said, it's kind of everything America thought it was, in a way.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It's just perfect. I love it.
It's also notable to say it's one of the few movies that Chuck Norris had in the screenplay.
Oh, did he?
He's accredited on the screenplay with a couple other writers. So with Aaron and someone else, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's awesome. And you know, I mean, where else are you going to see a guy in a sleeveless denim shirt, unbuttoned, but somehow still tucked in?
That's a great poster. I love the poster. Yeah. It's so good.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, no, for sure.
It really does imply a scope much bigger than the actual movie, but
yeah. Again, it kind of reminds me of like Stone Cold or something, where you got like the bikers at the end. Like, it's like, well, what did they think they were gonna do? Like, at some point, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
like the army goes.
Yeah.
But yeah, they sure gave it a shot.
They did.
God bless Richard Lynch.
The showdown is great. I think,
yeah, awesome. I love that they have like history too. You know, just like with Hero and the Terror, like it's kind of cool when Chuck gets a chance. So, and the Hitman and some of these other ones, but I love it when he kind of gets a chance to settle an old score, and he does it like, you know, better than anyone, I guess, or as good as anyone at the least.
That's true. All right, that's Invasion USA. So let's get into my number one. Here it is.
Eddie Cusack is a good cop having a bad day.
My brothers, I promise you blood for blood.
The toughest cop in the world just got tougher. Chuck Norris, Code of Silence. Rated R. Starts this Friday at a theater near you.
Okay, it's Code of Silence. They're going to read off the Thorn EMI HBO video box. Very memorable. When the daughter of an underworld Don is kidnapped and used as a pawn in the escalating drug war, Detective Sergeant Eddie Cusack must rectify the situation. Additionally, a rookie cop must decide whether to inform on his fellow officer, an alcoholic who is responsible for the slaying of an innocent Hispanic youth. Sergeant Cusack must ensure that the rookie's life is not endangered by the Code of Silence, inflicted by the other cops for informing on one of its own kind. In an explosive finale of this non-stop action thriller, Cusack takes on the underworld gang himself with the help of the Prowler, a remote-controlled robot defense vehicle that is armed with 3 cameras, machine guns, a cannon, and a grenade launcher. I love that they include the Prowler in the description.
Yeah, like that's definitely like a selling point. Like you need to see the robot.
We're not going to forget. Now, this is such a memorable artwork for this movie. It's Chuck Norris, kind of backlit. It's got a big gun. It's got the title with a badge, Chuck Norris and Code of Silence. It's like even his IMDb photo.
You're right. It is. Yeah, that's right. I didn't think of that.
He loves it. Andrew Davis directed this movie. Do you like Andrew Davis?
I'm blanking. Where do I know Andrew Davis
Okay,
from?
Andrew Davis directed his previous movie to this one was The Final Terror.
Oh, sure.
And then he went on to do Above the Law with Steven Seagal, The Package, which I just rewatched, Under Siege, The Fugitive, Chain Reaction, A Perfect Murder, Collateral Damage.
Some really good ones in there for sure. Yeah.
So yeah, Andrew Davis. You got a gritty Chicago cop action thriller. It's got a great supporting cast of character actors and real life cops. Dennis Farina is one of the cops. Molly Hagan from Some Kind of Wonderful. She's the girl in peril. It's got we talked about how like some backdrops of some of these movies are the star, like the theater, for example, and Here on the Terror. Chicago is the star of this movie.
Yeah, for sure.
This is a real great. When I think of gritty Chicago movies, this one definitely comes to mind. It really utilizes Chicago really well, as Andrew Davis was. That's his hometown. He really utilized Chicago. I was watching The Package recently, and that's a movie that's like supposed to be set in many different places, but he mostly shot in Chicago.
Oh, funny.
And it's doubling other places, but I'm like, oh man, that just looks like Chicago. But I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm living for it because I think Chicago looks great on movies.
It is. Yeah, it's one of my favorite movie settings for sure.
It's really great, and this one really utilizes it. Feels very gritty from the beginning. It's a lot of action set pieces, but I like the idea of like he's much like Chuck himself is a cop who kind of lives by a code, and in not the kind of code that these other cops live by. Like their code is like, if we do something wrong, we protect each other, right? No, he's like, no, you have to pay the consequences if you do something wrong, and he's that kind of cop, and make some enemies. They should be banding together to stop the bad people. Like Henry Silva is the bad guy in this movie. Yeah. But no, they're turning against him because he's fighting for the truth, and it has some consequences. And I just really like that. It's really taut because of that. What's going to happen? He has no one to back him up. It's just Chuck Norris, and that's a perfect way to wrap a Chuck Norris vehicle. It's like he's forced to be the one man, army. Whereas like the one we just talked about, Invasion USA, he's like voluntarily like the one man army. You just expect Chuck Norris to be that guy. Here, he's forced to be that guy because he has no one else to help him. He has no backup.
One man, one robot army.
Exactly. He needs that robot. That robot is going to help him because no other cops will. That's perfectly. Yeah. This is a really well plotted movie. It is really well plotted and really well done, and a lot of that's I think attributed to Andrew Davis's direction, and Chuck Norris is really good. It's fun to watch, and it's my number one because I think it's just like probably the best directed Chuck Norris movie, and the one that I could probably go back to. I can go back to a lot of these pretty easily.
Yeah.
This is the one that I definitely have gone back to several times over the years, and I find it very entertaining from beginning to end, and just holds up so well. And so clearly easily my number one, and I just love it. How about for you?
I mean, this is a movie that I remember liking it for sure, but I didn't remember how good it was. And I was really pleasantly surprised revisiting it now. I think it's so funny. Maybe one day I'll randomly find the episode, but one of the episodes we talked about, I think I talked about this as like a recently seen maybe that we did together. Oh, yeah. Probably like a few years ago or something. And it's so funny because I remember the only thing that like I was like, oh yeah, it's a good Chuck Norris movie, and there's like Halloween decorations in the bar, like that was like something that was like important, like I thought was cool that I caught or whatever. But it's like It's like, what, like there's like so much awesome stuff in this movie. Like it's so well done. I think this is probably his grittiest film.
Yeah.
Do you think that's fair to say?
Yeah, definitely.
And I think it's also probably his like one of his better performances.
Yeah.
Like I was saying, like I love him in Invasion USA just as like this like badass action hero or whatever. I love him in Hero on Terror and like kind of a more vulnerable role. And I love a lot of his performances, and I think that he has more nuance than he's given credit for. But I think that he's like especially good here. I think that the idea that he's this cop, he's not even like self-righteous about the way things need to be done, and these other like these crooked cops need to be taken down or anything. Like he's actually like kind of sympathetic about it, and like frames it in a way to where like that one cop, for example, like, well, maybe 30 years is just too long to be doing this job for anybody,
right?
And maybe it's
that cop did seem pretty old.
Yeah, no, he was, and he was drinking on the job on top of that.
Isn't that the guy? Also, that old guy. He was also actually in the package, but he's the guy in Home Alone, like in the old Angels, Dirty Faces, whatever the movie Kevin McAllister watches. Like, yeah,
it's so funny you say that because I was one of those people who didn't know that was fake, that movie, until like maybe 5 years ago or something. So that just hit me when I found out that wasn't a real movie I could track down. But yeah, you're right. I think you're right.
He must be a Chicago guy because these are all Chicago movies that he's in.
Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, exactly. I think you're right. And he looks like a Chicago guy, like what we
definitely.
Would pick. And yeah, so it's just it's just so well done. And like Henry Silva's like great as like the villain, but like he's not even like he could have been like anybody pretty much in that role, because like the movies, like the scope is so much kind of bigger than that, I guess.
That's true, yeah.
It's like it's more just about like the big picture of like everything Chuck is dealing with, and the police corruption, and the like you said, like he's on his own. There's a scene where he's calling for backup, and all of the cops already feel like he's like Benedict Arnold and he betrayed them, and like everyone the dispatch is calling is saying, oh, we gotta, our radio's not working, you're breaking up, we're gonna come in and get it looked at, or oh, we're tailing some drug dealers or something. They're just like lying so that they don't have to go help them. And it's like, super obvious. I mean, the dispatch knows, everyone knows, but like no one wants to help this guy. And I love that. I mean, the one like good cop who's like loyal to him is Dennis Farina, right?
Yeah.
Who is awesome. I mean, I always love him as an actor, and he's great in this too. But it's just like I think he gets hobbled kind of at the beginning of the movie, so he can't help either. And I don't know. It's just the way, like, I almost want to say like it kind of has the Octagon thing where I'm not 100% sure, like all the like mob family drama and stuff like that, like fully, like I'm not sure I fully caught it all. Like who was betraying who, and like like whatever, but like it's not, I mean, like it doesn't take away from the movie at all. Like it's not even that important, I don't think. And I'm pretty sure it all adds up. Like you said, it's a really competently directed movie. This isn't, like some of these movies we were talking about, we love them obviously, but they might not have that same care or attention to detail. Like I'm pretty sure this has that. Like but like, yeah, like I, even with all that, like the teenage daughter of the mob, I was going to say mob boss, but he's not even the mob boss. He's the guy that, like the kind of screw up family member of the mob boss that causes a lot of trouble. Like I wasn't 100% sure, like what was going on with her. She's supposed to be like a love interest or whatever, but then she's like a teenager. So I don't know.
I personally didn't get love interest vibes, but I felt like he was very protective of her, though.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think he was really protective of her. I think you're right. I just was kind of like scratching my head a little bit, but it's awesome. It's an awesome movie, and it's even got Fraser's dad as the Prowler representative guy. John Mahoney is there with to do the display for all the cops, where Chuck Norris gets to show them up really quickly, which is fun. And I don't know, it's just this is like a really solid choice for your number one. I gotta say, it's a movie that I wouldn't have thought of ranking that high, but watching it now and watching it with all these other ones together, like it really is one of the better ones for sure. And I definitely wouldn't have thought of that before. So good choice, my friend.
Thank you. I like that we both have 1985 Chuck Norris movies.
Yeah. I was gonna point that out too. Yeah, good catch. Yeah, interesting. Year of Chuck.
May 3rd, 1985 is when it opened. Made $20 million at the box office, so a hit on a $7 million budget. I saw at the UA Twin with Rappin'.
Oh, yeah.
So this is when I was still living in Hell's Kitchen, so I saw this in Times Square. So I got to see Chuck with it wasn't a canon Chuck movie, but I saw it along with a canon movie, Rappin', which I barely remember. Rappin' was no break-in, that's for sure.
Right.
Also playing at the time, Just One of the Guys, Tomboy, Lady Hawk, Witness, Police Academy 2, Moving Violations, Porky's Revenge, 9 Deaths of the Ninja, Killing Fields, Manchurian Avenger, Gotcha, Stick, Care Bears movie, Purple Rose of Cairo, Friday 13th Part 5, Amadeus, Pumping Iron 2 of the Women, Private Function, Desperately Seeking Susan, DEFCON 4, The Last Dragon, Streetwise, A Passage to India, The Company of Wolves, Lost in America, Julie Darling, The New Kids, Mask, Cat's Eye, Nightmare on Elm Street, Girls Just Want to Have Fun, Almost You, The Sure Thing, Little Treasure, Rustler's Rhapsody, and Dungeon Master. All playing in May of 1985. This was originally a Dirty Harry movie. That's what it originated as.
I could see that, yeah.
But he passed on it, as well as Chris Christopherson also passed on it. The script, I guess, was around since 1979.
How funny.
And it was bought eventually for $800,000.
Probably didn't have a robot in it, I'm guessing.
I love that there is a robot.
Yes.
This is has a lot of violence in this movie. Has a high body count. Like 50 people bite it in this movie.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
This made an AFI list in 2001 as and their AFI is 100 years, 100 thrills.
You're kidding. That's awesome.
So this is kind of a well respected Chuck Norris movie.
Yeah.
And I enjoy. I definitely enjoy it. I like Chuck's Garbage Man Undercover Sheep.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's awesome.
All right, those were our number ones.
Yes.
Before I get to my ranking, I'm going to play a clip right here. Here it is.
Hey, Chuck Norris fans, get out of the closet. Come in out of the rain. Throw caution to the wind.
Damn right.
Because Chuck Norris Week is coming to Chicago's movie station.
It was very good.
Chuck Norris with a beard, with a mustache, with no facial hair whatsoever. We called out the big guns for his 5 best movies.
Man, I can't wait.
So grab hold and get ready for Chuck Norris. All this week at 11:30 on WGN Channel 9.
Hope you enjoyed that clip. I'm going to rank all the Chuck movies that I watched. Okay, I'm going to go. Should I go in best to worst or least to best?
I'd say go positive. Start off with the worst.
Okay. Hellbound from 1984, the last canon film. I haven't finished it because I just was having a real tough time watching it. So maybe it'll go up higher if I rewatch it, but I don't know. I'm not going to do that anytime soon. Forest Warrior from 1996. Breaker from 1977. I know you had a tough time watching that one too.
Yeah, I fell asleep 3 times before I finally made it through. 4th time I made it through to the end.
Missing in Action 2, the beginning. That's just doesn't quite do it for me. Noted. Okay, then my after that is Missing in Action 3, and then Missing in Action. It's my number 17. So I kind of like them in that order. Or I like part 1 the most, then part 3, and then part 2.
That's about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I the problem with 2, it's interesting to know that part 2 was actually part 1.
Yeah,
part 1 is actually part 2. That's the way they actually were made.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, they realized, okay, we can't release part 2 first because it's not that good of a movie. So we got to release part 1 first. They realized that Joseph Zito's Missing in Action was a better one, so they put that one first.
Interesting.
So they kind of, and it works, I think. All right, number 16, A Force of One. I enjoyed it, but it's a little bit forgettable. Number 15, Forced Vengeance, kind of the same, but I definitely enjoy these movies on here on up. I all enjoy all these movies, but they just don't quite rank as high. Number 14, The Delta Force. Number 13, Lone Wolf McQuade. Number 12, Sidekicks, which we talked about before in this podcast, right?
Yes, it was on my list on the sports comedies.
Yes,
episode. I didn't remember one.
I definitely enjoyed that movie, and that was, of course, Chuck and Mako again.
Right? Yeah.
My number 11. I can't believe I rated this even this high. Top Dog.
We didn't talk about Top Dog. Yeah, that's movies.
We don't talk about Top Dog. Top Dog is batshit crazy. Like much like you had that experience with Forest Warrior, I felt like this one too is definitely that. It's like a kids movie ostensibly, but it's got a lot of people die in it.
Well, think of it this way: it was Top Dog 95, Forest Warrior 96, right? And then Hellbound. No, Hellbound was 94, I want to say. So it was like 3 in a row. Aaron Norris just losing his mind, I guess. We got to see it play out on screen.
I watched Top Dog with my kids for a family movie morning.
That's amazing.
And you know what? They enjoyed it. We all enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun. It's really stupid.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, it's a stupid movie, but it's very entertaining. Bad guys get bited. I mean, people bite it, like good people bite it too. My daughter cried a little bit when the cop died.
Oh, yeah, that's like right at the beginning too.
It's like, she's like, what are you making me watch?
It's like the nice grandpa character with the dog, and the white supremacists like kill him right away. It's like, oh god. Yeah, I thought I put in the wrong movie. I told you.
This is a family movie with the most white supremacists I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, you can't make it up. And it exists. It's amazing that this movie exists.
It's insane, and now I own it on DVD. And
it ends with the lovable dog randomly assaulting a priest. That's like how the movie ends. Remember?
Yep.
It's just It starts off with 2 cops discussing a rabbi getting attacked by skinheads at the park, and it ends with the dog attacking a priest, like not like a villain priest or anything like that either, just like a normal priest. So yeah, there you go. That's Top Dog.
That's Top Dog. It's so batshit crazy. There's a montage in the movie, and they imply in the montage that the dog drives a car. That's right. It's like a quick shot. I'm like, what the fuck? And my kids are like, what just happened?
That's awesome.
Number 10, Good Guys Wear Black from 1978. Kind of a fairly solid early effort. The Octagon is number 9. Number 8, An Eye for an Eye. Number 7, Firewalker. Mm-hmm. Number 6, Delta Force 2, The Columbia Connection, or Operation Stranglehold, or whatever you want to call it. Number 5, The Hitman. Number 4, Silent Rage. Number 3, Invasion USA. Number 2, Hero and the Terror. And of course, number 1, Code of Silence.
Nice.
It was fun watching. Even the bad ones, I had a lot of fun watching.
Oh no, but this was fun for sure. I can't believe I got through that many in such little time, and I'm glad I did though, because it was worth it.
Definitely was worth it. Thank you guys for supporting the show. We'll be back for whatever in April. We'll see what it is then. Probably won't be a Chuck Norris movie. Probably won't be a Cannon movie. Might not be action this time because we get a lot of it this month.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a lot of fun watching every single one of these things. So thank you for tuning in. Look out for the Cannon Films podcast. It's out there now on the interweb, and I feel like this would be a good companion piece with it.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, definitely a good pairing.
Where can they find you on the interweb?
Oh gosh, I'm nowhere really. Just I have an Instagram, I have Facebook, and you can see pictures of my cute kids. That's kind of all I'm doing these days. But I need to get back to posting movie stuff. I've been lazy lately.
It's all good. I get it. All right, guys. Thank you again. We survived this crazy, long, epic Chuck Norris fest. And I feel like, while watching these movies, I forgot to mention, I really felt like I could kick people through windows and doors.
Yes.
I feel like I learned a lot. I feel like I was part of Chuck Norris's school. I feel like I was schooled by him. I feel like a better person. And I feel like a man of action now. And I'm really to take on some bad dudes.
Well said, my friend. Well said.
All right. Take care, guys. We'll be back and have a good night or day, whatever it is. Take care, Ara.
You take care too, Meep. And I'll sign off with the Octagon whisper of take care.
Ciao for now.
You touched all of the feelings inside me, putting the bad dreams behind me. You are my soul, my life.
Forever, something I've never been sure of. Found the answer in your love, giving me wings to fly.
You are the dream that I believe in. You are the proof that love is real. Now that I see all you mean to me, I can show you everything I feel. You are the dream that I believe in. You made this moment turn out right. It's all so clear now that you are here. Two can be one tonight.
Heroes all have their own fear of flying.
Somehow we never stop trying, reaching to touch
Norris, international box office star, whose string of blockbuster hits has grossed over $450 million worldwide, now delivers his hardest-hitting punch yet in Top Kick.
Why is everyone after this man?
Where is Braddock?
Braddock?
Braddock? Oh, Braddock!
Braddock?
Braddock! There he is! Braddock! 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 Braddock!
Could it be that they're all trying to find out more about the Braddock missing in action sportswear collection from Movie Tees?
You got it.
Well then, they're going about it all wrong. Braddock doesn't have the information they need. We do. So just pay attention to this. Braddock Missing in Action Sportswear comes in a variety of styles and designs. Our first design is printed on a white t-shirt and sweatshirt. It features Braddock in action on the front and comes in medium, large, and extra large sizes for $13 and $20 as shown. Our second design is printed on a black t-shirt and sweatshirt and features a Missing in Action crest on the front and this image of Colonel Braddock on the back. These also come in medium, large, and extra large sizes for $14 and $20 as shown. And finally, we are offering this black adjustable baseball cap featuring the MIA crest for $8. Here's how to get yours. Write down your name and address on a piece of paper, along with your choice of garments, by indicating the item number, sizes, and quantities you want for each. Then, total up the cost, adding $3 for shipping and handling to the total order, as shown here. If you're ordering 3 items or more, you qualify for a free bonus t-shirt from Movie Tees. So also be sure and indicate the size you want your surprise collectible shirt to be. Finally, send all that information along with a check or money order made payable to Movie Tees to the address shown here. Or for you Visa, MasterCard, and American Express card holders only, to order by phone,
Braddock!
Call this number. Braddock Missing in Action Sportswear from Movie Tees. The fashion wear that has but one statement to make.
I don't step on toes. I step on necks.
Chuck Norris, a walking weapon, crossover, and he's a killer. Wednesday, he takes on the Hong Kong mob. They want him dead. He wants forced vengeance. Thursday, he blasts his way through Vietnam in the world television premiere of Missing in Action. Friday, Norris gets burned. Now he wants revenge. An eye for an eye. A Chuck Norris triple hitter starting Wednesday at 8 on Channel 5.
Big state, big man. And if you take him on, big mistake. Chuck Norris gives Walker, Texas Ranger series premiere next Wednesday.